Well, hello, my friends. Welcome back to the tavern. Another beautiful night in paradise. I hope that you are all well. Oh, chair is sunk down and I am tiny. Let's get a toot on the raid horn for Matty and all of the raiders who came in. Here we go. 3, 2, 1. I am absolutely spectacular. How are all of you doing this fine evening? The captain is here. All right, let's see who's all in for the night. We have... of course, we have Jaeger in. We have Frostbeard. Hello. Chemians, welcome. I saw Teresa in earlier. Erin has joined us. We've got Molly Sue and Milu. All right, my friends. It's good to see you all. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Jonathan, hello, welcome in. Sage Knight, welcome. And Crystal is in as well. A full moonlight night, a candle's flame, and a story of the tavern. It sounds like the best night to me. I'm on board with that, my friend. Justin, hello, welcome in. So very glad that you could join us. Welcome, friends. Petra, hello. The lady and I are absolutely wonderful. She is preparing herself for you all to read you a story here in about an hour. And I am here for the evening to enjoy some conversation, some waffling, as it says. We're here to talk. I'm willing to give advice to storytellers. I'm willing to rant. And we're going to talk about Norse myth waffles. I did, Matty. As a matter of fact, I just recently got your answer together. So Matty had asked if who Breed's mother was in Celtic mythology. And it's an interesting question because there are no real direct lines of parentage for most Celtic figures. It's not like Norse mythology where we have sort of a pseudo list of these different figures and their lineages. And to be perfectly honest, the lineages that we have, even from Norse myth, are not necessarily exhaustive. There are a lot of modern scholars who have looked back on all of the various documents that were had, and a lot of them believe that Snorri Sturluson may have taken some liberties with the way that he put together the Heimskringla, which is the line of kings. Jaeger, thank you for the resub, brother. I appreciate you, and enjoy your mead of the morning star there. I'm making waffles. To the tavern keep and his lady, who I'm pleased to call my friend. Jonathan, thank you for the tips to the tavern keeper, my friend. Thank you for the stars shooting over the tavern. We appreciate you for that, brother. Thank you kindly. But when we look at the lineages of the different figures in Norse and Celtic mythology, there's not necessarily a clear line of what's the word that I'm thinking of? Your name is hilarious. So someone over on Twitch said their name is I poo in the sink. But greetings to you, fellow human. That is an interesting name. Welcome in everybody who has dropped in. Hello, my friends. So very glad that you could join us. Grab a seat and please avoid our sinks if you don't mind. It would be appreciated. In Celtic mythology, there is not a clear lineage line with the different figures because most of them are deep into the mythological cycle. We do have some lineage, but not a lot. Which, by the way, so that everyone is aware, I have Norse myth waffles up here. I have my reference books brought up, so if anyone has questions, I can go in if I don't know the thing. But Matty, as far as in Celtic myth, most of these stories were not recorded until like the 12th to the 16th, sometimes as late as the 17th century. And a lot of the ones that were recorded weren't actually compiled properly until the 13th, 14th, 1500s. So when we look at the details of these different mythologies, we have to ask ourselves, alright, you just got a new follower because of how you handled my name. I poo in the sink, I'm so very glad that you've joined us. Welcome. We try not to take ourselves too seriously here in the tavern, right? I am just a man living in a magical tavern at the end of the world with his lovely wife, and we just tell stories to the folk who wander in here through the various portals that get you into the tavern. Lady Una said that it would be okay if my first story came to the rest in the tavern. Absolutely. You did message me, and I think I forgot to respond. I've been very busy this week, and not that I'm not busy every week. I haven't had a chance to go through and really respond to my private messages. But yeah, of course, Petra. I am always happy to have more stories come to rest here in the tavern. Now, that being said, there are a couple of different versions of this story. When you look at Irish Celtic mythology as it stands, there is the more commonly told versions, which you can get from like the Tengbo Cooley and the records, that some of the records in the Brahoan Laws and with the Sean Key writings. Now, there's not a lot in those, but there are some references in the writings that were made around that time that were compiled with those things. And then you have the Book of Invasions, which is pretty much the primary source for any Irish mythology. Any Celtic Irish mythology is going to come from the Book of Invasions or the Tengbo Cooley. And there are a couple of different other documents as well that are not quite as substantial, but most of them come from that. Now, you also have oral traditions, and there are pretty rich oral traditions still alive within some areas of Ireland. Like if you go down to Limerick, you'll still find a fairly decent country population of folk who still tell these kinds of stories. And then you also have some people out in the Limerick area. Just you got to get a little bit of away from Dublin, and you have to find older villages and older groups of people that still uphold old traditions, and they're becoming increasingly rare. Why am I getting the image of Pippin in the meeting, the Fellowship of the Ring, saying, "Right, where are we going?" I don't know, Frost. Where are we going? But we also have stories within my family that talk specifically about where certain names come from. We have what is called the lineage of names, and we trace back the origins of the different names within Irish culture, and specifically the names that are commonly used within our clan, tracing back a good long ways. I mean, I imagine I'm going to get a makeover at a hairstylist and walk out looking like Frodo. You know the worst things to look like. You can go get a perm and look like Frodo. Now, in some versions of the story that is told, Breed is the daughter of Danu, or Dana. That one you can find pretty commonly online. There are other depictions that say that Breed or Brigid is descendant from the Morrigan, but as I mentioned before, the Morrigan is not one being. The Morrigan is a collective. It's a title. It's sort of like an office that is held, like the Norns or the Voluspa or the Fates. It's not one singular group. I think that everyone who's in, for the most part, has a subscription. So let's go. We'll just go ahead and run ads right now while I'm waffling to Matty, and that way we'll have a whole hour without them. Uh, there are. There's also some notion to say that the Dagda. Thank you. No, I appreciate you, Frost. Thank you, and thank you as well, Destiny. I appreciate it. Uh, there's also something to be said about the the idea that the Dagda made a lot of his children. So there is a notion in Norse and Celtic mythologies that there are these sort of creator gods, right? They take living earth or something like that and they make something else out of it. And this is where Tolkien got the idea of the dwarves and the elves being handmade by Iluvatar and by I can't remember the god who made the dwarves, but handmade by them and then being given life, right? In Norse mythology, the dwarves are born of the mountains that are what is left of Ymir's corpse after Odin, Vili, and Ve kill him and turn his skull into the sky, his brains into the clouds, and so on and so forth. And in Celtic mythology, there are some tales that say the Dagda formed his first children out of the earth, and that there were trees born from his beard fibers, and that there were that the oceans were born from his sweat. Like there's a bunch of different stories that talk about the origins. The other thing to note is that uh, lineage in Irish history is patriarchal. Who are the famous Irish dragons? Do we have a black dragon brewing our drinks tonight? uh, so the most famous Irish dragon is probably because there are no land dragons in Ireland. There are no land dragons in Ireland. There is a sky dragon, and then there are a couple of sea dragons. But there are no sky dragons in Ireland. Probably the most famous one would have been called Stoorworm. Stoorworm is a dragon that is in both Celtic, Irish, and Celtic Scottish mythologies. And there are a couple of different stories surrounding. I can never remember the hero's name. Hang on. Ashipattle. Why couldn't I remember that? The Ashland. Ashipattle was it's actually an Orkney legend. Thank you, Frost. I appreciate you, brother. Um, there's an Orkney legend, which is Orkney is a subsect of Scottish mythology, called Stoorworm, Stoorwrm, and Ashipattle was the Ash Lad or the Cinder Lad, and he essentially sailed into the throat of a dragon, and threw a ever-burning peat into his liver, and in doing that, the beast threw out its tongue, and its tongue became the British Isles, I think, and his teeth flew out, and they became the Faroe Islands, and the different parts of his body became different parts of Western Europe and Scandinavia. And that's probably the most famous version of the Ashipattle story. There are a bunch of other stories around Ashipattle and Ashalad, but as far as Stoorworm goes, there are two very prominent stories around Stoorworm. The primary one is the Orkney one, but then there's an Irish one where uh, Stoorworm was a dragon who was off the coast of Ireland and off the cliffs of Moher, and his yawning would put the village people on the cliffs to sleep at night. Uh, Well, and what I was saying is that a lot of time, Irish lineage and names are patriarchal. So the Irish lineage is passed through the father's line. So we often lose the names of, or the last names of the mothers in those myths, because the name is handed down through the father's side, and it ends up leaving sort of a gap in the parentage. And it also doesn't help that in the early 500-600s, chieftains also had multiple wives in Ireland, and that was a practice that lasted all the way up into like the 1500s. It wasn't super common, but it lasted all the way up to the 1500s. Christine, hello, and is that Duncan I see over there? Hello, my friend, welcome in. What is your favorite myth? That is a wonderful question. I kind of have a list of favorites. I don't know if I have one specific favorite myth. I really greatly enjoy the aftermath of Ragnarok. I think that's probably my personal favorite part of the stories from Norse mythology is the aftermath of Ragnarok, because you get a lot of attention on Ragnarok. You don't get a whole lot of attention on what happens afterwards, and I think that's a shame, because it's really the most interesting part of the story. I really enjoy the Finnish creation myth. I don't particularly care for the Finnish hero myths, because they're kind of chaotic and silly. There's a gluten-free French bakery in Toronto. Oh my god, I'm going to get a croissant pan au chocolat eclair. That's way too much French for me, though. I was lost at croissant. But it does sound delicious. I hope you enjoy yourself. Petru said, "I'm glad. I like the idea of my stories resting in the tavern." You honor me by saying so. Yeah, so, and I wouldn't even, I don't even know that I would go with Odagda. Because again, one of the big issues with Celtic mythology is a lot of the things that people translate as being names, they're not actual names. They're titles. There are a lot of titles in Irish mythology, and we often confuse them. Like, there's the Cailleach, right? Who is the Hag of Winter in Ireland. She's often just called the Cailleach, but that's not her name. Her name is Vera Cailleach, and it's one of those things where it's difficult. Uh, Give me just a second. Okay, sorry. Um, Going back to. Uh, so, Marty, I would. You could either give her the last name Era if you wanted to, or not the last name. You could say that her mother was Era or Eri, which is the origin goddess of Ireland. That's where Ireland gets its name, the Era. Uh, but as far as the name goes, yeah, Odagna would be an all right of a clan name. Clan names are another thing that's it's difficult to do culturally respectful, because clan names required there's a lot of history and such behind the difference between clan names and family names. Clan names are always evolutions of family names, but it's I'm alone. There's no one beside me. Yeah, I assumed that TikTok probably wouldn't get a lot of traffic with this, since we haven't done one of these in a while, and I'm in the horizontal format, and they took away theater mode, so I had presumed we wouldn't have as much traffic on TikTok without story time going. Um, Now, Petra, you had a question. You said, how come Lu is called Luamak Ethnu or Inu? So this is a very interesting conundrum, right? Or a very interesting deviation. Stephanie, hello, welcome in. It's good to see you. I'm still mad at it. It's silly. They took away a couple of things on the creator side as well. That it doesn't make any sense. I don't know why they did it. There is an interesting point of cultural variation in the way that the Irish took on names, and this is something that my grandfather's clan, my grandfather's family, still keeps alive. Dr. Death, hello, welcome in. So very good to see you. When there are so like I'll give you an example real quick, and then we'll talk about the reasoning why. My grandfather had 13 sons, 12 of whom are still alive, and all of whom married. None of my grandfather's sons have his name. None of them have his last name. But none of them have my grandmother's paternal name either. When they all got married, my grandfather married them into this early time is awesome but discombobulating. It is a bit different. It should be easier for everyone to get in though. Um, but essentially what would happen is if there was a political marriage that happened, or if there was a clan that was on the verge of losing all of its heirs, or something of the like, then on occasion, to keep alive an older clan, the name of an older clan, the man would take on the name of the wife's clan in order to make sure that the name got carried on, because keeping alive the name of the clan was the more important aspect there. And Lu is a very unique case, because Lu is one of the first gods that we have, or one of the first figures that we have, because we don't like to call them gods in the way that we talk. We prefer to call them ancestors, because for us these things are cultural, they're not religious. So Lu is sort of a unique ancestor in the sense that he was one of the first who was born of both the Fomorians and the Tuatha Dé Danann. It's going good, Dr. Death. It's going good. Milo, you said, oh, I did buy the book off Amazon. It arrived today. I'm bringing it with me to read while I sit with Nana tomorrow. Are you talking about the festival's book, Milo? If so, thank you. And I hope that you enjoy it and you find the things beautiful and you keep them in your heart. But yeah, I don't know if I articulated that very well, but that is the sort of reason why we have occasions where you will have the mother's name or the wife's name being taken is if there was a clan who was on the verge of not having a line going down or something like that, there would be then occasion where the eldest son or the youngest son would then inherit the name. Like I said, my grandfather has 12 sons, and none of them have his last name. They all took their wives' names, and he married them all off into the older clans of Ireland that don't have what my grandfather would consider to be true heirs anymore. Mila, you said, I'm still way up, so I'm just barely catching everything that's going on in chat. Kind of, my nana is passing away, but still kind of with us. It's been hard. She raised me and my brother when my mom was no longer able to, Alzheimer's and dementia, and just, I know things that's happening is natural and the kindest thing for her, but she's being kept comfortable and monitored and surrounded by love. It just hurts a lot. That's rough, Milo. And dementia is very difficult with and Alzheimer's. That's what my father died from, and it is incredibly difficult to watch that happen to a family member. Well, my grandmother actually had 16 or 17 children. And her and my grandfather have been married for 70, 80 years. They've been married for a long time. But yeah, they had 17 children together. She had 13 sons and 4 daughters. And one of my uncles died before I was born. But yeah, he's got 12 living sons. Yeah, and that's appropriate. Do you like cheese? I think everybody likes cheese. HJJHA. I think everybody. It's a silly question to ask. Do you like cheese? Cheese is wonderful. People will hurt themselves over eating cheese. Mad Enthusiast says one of my favorite bosses died of Alzheimer's in his late 40s. Crazy to watch him degrade so fast. Yeah, and it is definitely difficult. It is rough to watch somebody you know lose who they are. It's sort of a terrifying thing, right? It makes you understand why the older... I don't even want to say more superstitious, because we're very superstitious in the 21st century. It makes you understand why superstitions existed around things like changelings and body switchers and so on. Because watching somebody completely change is a terrifying, almost otherworldly experience. Yes, I am talking about the festival's book. You'll have to let me know what you think, Milo. It is rudimentary. Like we didn't want to overwhelm people, so it is just a handbook. It's like, here's how you get started celebrating these festivals. But you'll have to let me know how you feel about it. Cheese makes the world go round. Yeah, 100%. Cheese is the greatest thing that mankind has ever done. Whoever the first one was like, hey, let's take that, leave it in a bucket and throw some salt in it, and then just stir it a bunch and see what happens. And then maybe we'll squish it down, and then we'll have a bunch of that later. Whoever, genius, whoever it was. My bookshelves are brown. I must salt it before my house is haunted. But yeah, I'm about 3/4 of the way done with round 1 of it. It's spectacular, Matty. That's good news. And yeah, the festival's book we were talking about, I think most of you in here probably already know about. my wife and I, we wrote this festivals book, and my family is an old Norse Gaelic clan from Southern Ireland, and we still celebrate the old cultural festivals of the year. These are not religious festivals for us, they're cultural festivals, and this includes a festival that only we celebrate as far as I know. Uh, and yeah, it's a little handbook with some recipes and the various festivals. Now, they are called in the book, they are called by their modern names. I didn't put their traditional names in here, but uh, this is that's what was being talked about is our festivals book. I wonder how many people were like, no thanks, I'm not trying that. Yeah. It's one of those things, right? It's a good read. I'm glad that you've liked it, Dr. Ray. Who of the gods' ancestors is your favorite? That's a really good question, Sage. I tend to like the figures that have good stories. No, I can't go too mad enthusiast. I appreciate you. Uh Oh, Molly, you said my partner unfortunately lost his mother to a trauma-induced Alzheimer's. It was the most difficult thing. He said it is. It's really hard, and it is different for everybody. I wasn't particularly close with my father, but I was the one taking care of him as he passed, and he just slowly forgot everybody and everything. He started telling stories about things that never happened, and he got a lot meaner the more pain that he was in, and it's hard because you know that they're uncomfortable, and you know that it's not something particularly pleasant, but at the same time, it's you're still a person who knows this person. It's a very difficult thing to watch someone you love go through, and it's part of the reason why it's difficult is because you know that they're in pain and that they're suffering. And I've never been a particularly good person, and I've done a lot of terrible things in my life, and I've hurt a lot of people in my life, but I've never been one who enjoyed the suffering of others. Like, if I have to hit somebody in the face, that's one thing. But when you have to watch somebody slowly suffer, it's a terrible thing to watch. Yeah, the only thing I need to do is edit Breed and like 7, 8 more chapters, I think. Excellent, man. That's actually very good. Now, Sage, coming back to your question, you said, what's your favorite god or ancestor? I like Lou's story a lot, and the founding of the Festival of Lunessa. Lunessa was always my favorite festival growing up because it's a games festival, and we would do performances of song and dance, and then there were sports and games, and we would do public storytelling, and there are so many wonderful things. There's all kinds of cooking and people, competing to see who could make the best meats and the best pies, and there's so much fun happens during Lunessa. But it's also when the vast majority of my family members all got married, because what would happen is we would have engagements that would happen during Lunessa and during Samhain. So we had two like group weddings every year, and that's how culturally we've done it for centuries, hundreds of years. And you have these big community weddings at Lunessa and at Samhain, and it's one of my favorite times because it's the biggest celebrations and the most to celebrate. So I really enjoy Lou's story because it led to some of my favorite things. I also really like Cocolin's story because it shows how even somebody who is divinely touched, somebody who's divinely blessed, can fall to the hubris of self-assurance. But he was also a man. Cocolin was a man of pride and honor, and he honored his promises, he honored his vows, but he was also arrogant, and it led to his downfall. So I love his story. I really like, again, we were talking about this earlier, I like the story of Mimir and the story of Nidhogger. Because at the end of Norse mythology, you have this. You have Ragnarok, which everybody's kind of like, yeah, well, that's the end, at the end of Ragnarok. But there's this whole story of sort of a pilgrimage of souls that happens at the end of Norse myth, where all of the souls that were being held in Folkwagner and in Valhalla and in Helheim or Niflheim, they all then travel across these dark mountains into a golden kingdom over the mountains at the edge of the roots of Yggdrasil. So I love those stories. I love the ones that feel substantial, that feel like they're telling a story. Bobby, long time no see. Hello, welcome in, love. Good to see you. My husband's snoring is making me slowly suffer for real. There are a few things I need to expand on in round 2, but I'll be doing that off stream because mostly I'll be swapping to book 2. Oh, I see. And also, your advice on Orpheus is really helping me with him in book. See, and this is the thing: when you're telling stories, one of the things that bugs me the most about authors who borrow from mythology is they will borrow something from mythology. They'll be like, "Oh, my character is called Odin, or my character is called Thor," and then they do nothing to relate the character to Odin or Thor, except for maybe they'll be like, "Oh, I've got a hammer" or something. You know, like it's very surface level as far as the way that those characters integrate. But if you're going to give a character in a book a mythological name, there's so much more room for kind of meta storytelling, where you're going to foreshadow things in the book based on the name of the character. Yeah, let me see if I can find the verse real quick, Frost, because this is one of my. I built Orpheus around Orpheus, though I think I need to play more into it either way. Right. Now, did you build him off of the mythological character Orpheus or off of the Matrix character? Because the Matrix character Orpheus is built off of the mythological Orpheus, but not as well as they could have been. I'm just going to listen and do my normal look for Sunday night. That's all right, Bobby. So, Bobby, I don't know if you've been in for the new schedule, but we, on Tuesdays and Thursdays, we're now on 2 hours earlier. We're starting at 4:30 rather than 6:30, and then on Sundays from now on, I'll be on an hour to 2 hours before the lady gets on to take questions and talk about storytelling and waffle about myths and so on. So, if any of that interests you, but I just wanted to let you know, since I hadn't seen you in a while, I wanted to give you the update. Not that I wasn't using the Orpheus myth, but I want to merge his myth counterpart with what I wrote more, just so it's more accurate to what I want to do. Okay, alright, excellent, Marty. Okay, so editing hell, but slowly working on it. It's the best part of writing, isn't it, Sage? It is part of one of the sagas, Frost. So the verse comes from the Voluspa in the Poetic Edda. So this is not part of Snort. This is something that is very important to remember about the prose in Poetic Edda. Let me hang on a second. Hang on. Yeah, okay. The prose Edda. Yeah, the prose Edda was written by Snorri Sturluson, not as a religious text, not as a history book, but as an instruction manual for Icelandic poets to learn how to write Icelandic prose. It is an instruction manual on how to write poetic stories in the tradition of Norse myth and Icelandic storytelling. That's a super important context that a lot of people leave out of the prose Edda, because a lot of people want it to be a religious document, and it's not. It is at most a historical and academic document. It's not a religious document. The Poetic Edda is a collection of source stories that were written down based off of oral traditions and other recorded stories, likely from the collection of documents that Snorri Sturluson used to create the prose Edda. No, and I'm not accusing anybody, but I'm just or pointing any fingers. I'm just saying it's important context to read it in that light, because a lot of people read it as being like an absolute truth, an absolute evolution. But the prose Edda itself, one, is not a historical document as far as what people before Snorri Sturluson believed, or even the stories that they told. It is a collection of Snorri Sturluson's own interpretations of the stories, and an instruction manual on how to write Icelandic prose. It's important to read it in that light when you do. The Poetic Edda is a collection of documents that were used as source materials for the different oral and written traditions of the Norse myth at the time. Bobby says, thanks, I pop into the guild on occasion. I've been digging through the audiobook library. I saw some new content. We are working on a lot of new stuff now, and a lot more recorded and produced reads and things like that. One of the things that drives me nuts is tying some of the subplots I've got into the main plot. The more branches you write, Matty, the harder it is. Okay, so the verse that I'm talking about the Golden Kingdom, it comes from the Voluspa in the Poetic Edda, stanzas 56 through 64. And it mentions Gimli, a hall brighter than the sun, where the righteous shall dwell, often interpreted as golden due to its radiant imagery. This is from the Hollander translation. It says, there stands a hall brighter than the sun, shingled with gold at Gimli. There shall the righteous dwell, and forever and ever enjoy bliss. So Gimli is beyond Niflheim geographically and in the heavens or on a new earth, but it's not like a universal afterlife for all of the dead. It's basically for anybody. So it's for the righteous. So some people interpret it as being heaven, but it's the souls that did not commit any of the egregious sins, like murdering someone who was defenseless, or theft of honor, or any of these things that would have been egregious to Norse sensibility at the time. I think there I have, let's see. There is another mention of it in Gylfaginning in the Prose Edda, in chapter 53. It says, there will be many good abodes and many bad ones. The best place to be in, and the one which will last the longest, is called Gimli. It is the brightest and shining, and all good people will live there. And then it mentions the post-Ragnarok world with a hall of gold, possibly Vingolf or Gimli, but it's tied to the gods surviving, not to a mass migration of the dead. So the whole where the survivors of the Ragnarok go afterwards, and then Gimli is where the righteous go. Butterbeer time! Big Ed, hello my friend, thank you for the roses, brother. Tips to the tavern keeper always appreciated. Roderick, hello! Welcome in. And the more you write, the worse the editing. Yeah, that's true. Oh, I have the bare bones of the TTRPG I was talking about to set in my stories universe. It's very fun. Morally upstanding and not destroying honor. Yeah. So the idea of righteous, so the righteous translation, some people believe is a Christian influence, because a lot of the scholars from the 11th to the 15th century were primarily trained in monasteries. A lot of the education that would come from monasteries, because a lot of scribes were from churches. The churches were some of the only places that would teach these things. So when people went to get educated in reading and writing, a lot of time it was done in churches or in monasteries. It has been a while. How have you been, my friend? I'm not doing stories today. I'm just we're waffling. That's why it says I'm giving advice to Storytellers, Rants, and Norse myth Waffles. But a lot of Christian scholars interpret Gimli as being sort of heaven-like. Now, whether or not it is, who knows? But one of the really interesting things that I like about it is that it specifically notes that the righteous after Ragnarok, not before, but after Ragnarok, will go to this kingdom of gold. And I think it's a very interesting parallel, because you actually see this a lot in a lot of myths around the world, that those who are righteous, or those who are upstanding, or those who are virtuous, those folk go to a golden kingdom of some kind, right? We see this in some Buddhist teachings and some Taoist teachings. We see it obviously in John's vision in Revelations, seeing a kingdom paved with gold, like golden halls and whatnot. So it's really interesting that it's this sort of underspoken about aspect of Norse myth, that there is also an afterlife after Ragnarok, which also tells us that what Odin was doing and what Freyja was doing with the capturing of warrior souls was outside of the natural order, even in Norse storytelling and spiritual belief. It broke my brain a bit, and what I thought would have 7 classes blew up into 12 base classes, somehow all unique somehow. You might want to trim that down a bit if you want it to be approachable. I've been good, that's cool. Excellent, Roderick. Well, I'm glad you made it back in to enjoy time with us. The lady will be on here in a bit to read. I think she's still in Son of Shadows. But yeah, it's actually interesting to me how a lot of people don't talk about what happens after Ragnarok, which is again it's why it's one of my favorite aspects of the myth itself, of the story, because it's sort of underappreciated and under talked about. And a lot of times it gets dismissed as being like a byproduct of the Christian scholars translating, but the reality is that it's in almost every translation, even the ones that come from secular scholars. So we have to kind of ask ourselves, what was the meaning of it? What was being talked about? Crystal, you said, my son turns 17 tomorrow, where does the time go? It's crazy, right? Our boy just turned 15 back in July. It seems forever. The time goes on forever, and yet it goes on in no time at all. How? How does the time go by so fast, and yet it seems like it's going by so slow? Remember my book about people from Scandinavia going through a portal in a storm at sea to get to a new land? I now have it being more than a one-time thing. Other people have come to the land by a portal in a storm. It's very interesting, Teresa, and it gives you an opportunity to explore that aspect of Norse myth that a lot of people don't. Yeah, it's insane. It's insane. I mean, even just other things like the lady got that the new cat Milo, and he's already almost a year old. It's incredible how fast time goes, and he's huge too. He's already bigger than Boo. He's probably going to be the size of a medium dog because he's a Bengal. So he's probably going to be a decently sized cat when it comes down to it. Alright, boys and girls, give me just a second. I'm gonna pop up. I will be right back. I want to make sure I didn't miss any questions. No, we don't need slow mo tonight. So there are a few who are meant to be reborn after Ragnarok. Hang on, let me bring up the list. Kayla, hello, welcome in. Yes, you did make it. Right now, it's advice for storytellers, rants, and Norse myth waffles. We're just waffling at the moment. We could, yeah. I can turn slow mode off right now because we don't really need it. There we go. I found a cool stone I like. There's nothing, the only thing better than finding a cool rock is finding a cool stick. I'll stand by that till the day I die. Let's see, you had Leif and Leif Thrasser, who in stanza 44, they will hide in Hadmim's tree, in Hamimid's wood. The morning dew they will have as food, from them the ken of omen will spring. Uh, and they are re-referenced in Gylfaginning in chapter 53. Humanity's progenitors, you have Vidar and Vali, who survive, and they are supposed to be both sons of Odin, though some recognize Vali as being a son of Thor, and some recognize him as being a son of Loki. So it just depends on which interpretation you want to take. Will the gods holy fane inhabit when Surt's fire is slaked? Then you have Modi and Magni, who are obviously those are Thor's sons. They survive as well. And then Hodor and Balder, who are the blessed and the blind son of Odin. The mighty one shall come from above to the judgment seat of the gods. Balder will come from hell. Hodor and Balder, the land of the slain, will inhabit the temples of the gods. So the notion is that after Ragnarok, Hodor and Balder will be responsible for Helheim and for Valhalla to make sure that no further souls enter those places. They're meant to guard those places and make sure that they're not used again. That's not the common interpretation, but that's how I read it. But yeah, that's. I think that's everybody. You have Modi and Magni, you have Vidar and Vali, and there's a couple of other maybes depending on the version that you read. There's a guy on TikTok who makes a Balder is Jesus like theory, and it's interesting, but it doesn't really stand up to any sort of academic veracity. But what is interesting is that Leif and Leifthraser are in essentially a verdant wood, far away from everything, and that's how they survive Ragnarok. And then they are the progenitors who repopulate, and essentially are the progenitors of men. Doesn't Loki have several sons on top of his beasties, and the guts of his sons was tied? Yes. So, so Loki had 3 sons prior to the birth of his monstrous children. Now, a lot of people read that literally, and a lot of scholars read it literally. I don't, and my family doesn't. We look at a lot of what comes from Loki as being products of his meddling in magic, more so than him being, strictly speaking, the father of all of these things in the traditional sense. Because a lot of the ancestors and a lot of the gods and a lot of the creatures in Norse myth are born from magic, or born from sort of the idea of primordial ooze, rather than from necessarily being born in the way that we as mortals would be born. And his 2 sons, Narfi and Nari, are hang on, I need to look up their. Yeah, that's how I remembered reading it, right. And a lot of people, because a lot of people like the spectacle of it, like the birth of Sleipnir, right? Sinomi, hello, hello. But what you have to understand about Norse animism, which I don't like calling it that, but that's what a lot of people call it. What you have to understand about Norse animism is that to transform into something in the Norse sense, didn't necessarily mean that you transformed into that thing. It meant that it was more like a form of possession, and we learn about that in the Volsung saga. We get a more accurate depiction of that in the Volsung saga. Whereas Celtic transformation is literal transformation. When you transform into something in the Celtic myths, you're literally transforming. There's a guy who transforms into a salmon because he's living with 16 women, and suddenly he just, yeah. Right, think of the berserkers. It's more like your mind is entering a state. So you're either embodying a thing, or you're literally transferring your consciousness or spirit into a thing. Now, where we learn that this is how transformation is looked at, and again, I don't want to make any absolutes because there are a lot of people who will argue with me on these things, but the way that I understand it, the way that we understand, the way we look at it, is you look at the Volsung saga, and Sigurd and his son, they put on cursed pelts, and then for seven nights, they're running about murdering and eating as wolves, but then when they wake up, they're starving, right? So their mind possessed these wolves. They took the form of a wolf, but when they awoke, they were starving. They were in need of food because they hadn't eaten in 7 days. And when we look at the story of where I completely bumbled that. Hang on. When we look at the story of the birth of Gungnir and of Mjolnir, what happens is during that time there is a fly that keeps biting Brokkr on his face and on his hands and on his eyes. And it is believed and it's widely accepted that that fly was Loki. Now, it's not likely that Loki transformed into a fly and then was biting, but rather possessed the fly, and the fly then went and bit. In the same way that Sleipnir was born, Loki took possession of a mare and then seduced the builder's horse. And then because Loki's magic was involved, the steed that was born from it was monstrous because Loki himself used satyr magic, and satyr magic was forbidden to be used by men because it was magic of creation and manipulation. And not manipulation in like the psychological sense, but manipulation is in to change things, right? Imagine if Loki and Zeus meet, the monsters that would come. Yeah, it would be insane. Chocolate has come from that. It's a movie. I love it. It's humans that transform into wolves. It's so good. Chocolate has come from that. It's a movie. I love it. It's humans that transform into wolves. It's so good. There's a movie called Chocolate where humans transform into wolves, Sinomi. I kind of forgot what the question was. Right. Loki's other sons. That was what we were talking about. So I've thought about doing a video on this a few times, but I don't know. There is. There's a way that we tell the story within my family that I find to be very interesting. Oh, that's interesting, Sonomi. I'll have to give it a look. I'd never heard of it. You reminded me I need to fix that one outline. So, after Loki has had his falling out with Odin and the rest of the Aesir and Vanir, he starts dabbling even more deeply in satyr magic. And I do something I feel like you should have waffles while waffling. If I had a waffle iron, I would. Maybe next time. I actually do have some stuff. There's a movie called Blood and Chocolate where that happens. Is that what you're talking? It could be, Petra. That is probably what Tsunomi was talking about. Blood and Chocolate might be what Tsunomi was talking about. The one with Elektra. Oh, yep, that's it. Blood and Chocolate. Something that I do actually want to bring up in regards to transformation in Norse myth. There is one type of figure that can transform actually, that we see them physically transform in Norse myth, and that is dwarves. Dwarves are able to transform themselves, but the other figures, they can disguise themselves, but they cannot. We don't get a whole lot of them transforming actually into other beings. And again, the people will say that that's up to interpretation. This is just how we interpret it. I do too, Kayla, I do too. I still say they look like meatballs, but I'm nearsighted. Oh, the waffle emoji. Their canon is pretty standard, yes. So what ends up happening is Loki has 3 sons in the stories that we keep. He has Nari, Narfi, and he has Vali. Right? These are his 3 sons. Nari is actually the twin of, well, twin kind of, is the twin of Sinmara, or what we would know in more common mythology as Hel. Again, this is not something that is academic. This is the oral tradition that my family hands down as to how this story is told. Sinmara and Nari were conceived at around the same time, with Sigyn, who is Loki's wife, and Angerboda, who was his mistress, right? And they were born at the same time, but when Loki had his falling out with Odin, essentially they came to this, and this is filling in the story a little bit, but Angerboda and the rest of the troll wives hate the Aesir and Vanir. They raise the wolves, they raise the hunting animals for the Aesir, and Angerboda is the mother of monsters because she raises monsters. She raises all kinds, and she is a practicer of Seder. But then beyond that, you have the revenge that Loki is trying to take against the Aesir and Vanir for disrespecting him. Because Odin promises to be a blood brother to Loki, and what ends up happening is Loki comes into the hall, more or less, of Iger, and all of the Aesir and Vanir are there drinking without him. And Odin made a blood oath to Loki, saying that he would never drink without Loki. He would never raise a glass without Loki. And Loki was not offered a seat at the table. And this is what the Lokasena covers, right? At some point, either just before this or just after this, there's a falling out that happens between Loki and Odin, and they just don't like each other. And there's all kinds of conflict going on between Loki and the Aesir and Vanir. And to be perfectly fair, Loki is sort of the punching bag of the Aesir and Vanir, and he's constantly screwing with all of them. So it's a very unhealthy relationship to begin with. But Loki schemes to pull a serpent from Niflheim, a Niflheim serpent, into Midgard. And this is just from our stories. This isn't something that is necessarily going to be found in Norse myth. You would have to just bridge some connections in order to get there. But the way that he does this is that when his daughter and when his son are formed, he uses Seder magic to bridge the gap, because Niflheim is the realm of the dead. Niflheim and Helheim are essentially linked. In the older versions of the myth, Niflheim and Helheim are the same realm. Helheim is within Niflheim, and then later on with Snorri's version, Helheim became the realm of the dead, and the Niflheim was just the primordial realm of ice. But Nari and Sinmara or Hel are born at the same time, and as they are born, Loki and Angrboda use their birth to essentially bridge Niflheim and Midgard and pull a serpent from Niflheim into Midgard, and that is how uh, Gormungandr gets into Midgard. Again, this is family stories. This is the way that we have the logical canon of the progress of the story written. Once Odin and the Aesir discover that Loki is doing these things with Angrboda, they essentially curse Loki's sons. So Nari is half dead. Nari's name means corpse or Nero. And obviously Hel is depicted as being half dead as well. We should just be able to run it. I think everybody in has their subs, so we'll run ads because the lady's going to get on here in a minute. So once they discover the Niflheim serpent that has been brought into Midgard, and then the sailor magic that Loki has been doing, Odin takes Jormungandr and casts him into the sea. Now, you have to read about the Niflheim serpents to realize that they're all constantly fighting for dominance and fighting for resource down in Niflheim, chewing on corpses, biting on the roots, and so on. And then when Odin casts him into the sea, he then has unlimited magic and things to eat and so on. And that's why there's a story about Thor going into the ocean to catch him and cut his head off because he's causing problems. As further punishment, Odin transforms Loki's sons into wolves. He got yeeted and deleted, yes. Those two wolves then become Garmr in Hell, and that is the half-dead son, and Loki then takes the guts of Garmr and binds Loki to the stone beneath the Viper. And then the second wolf is Fenrir, or the Fenris Ulfr, who Odin casts into the Fen, which is the Ironwood, and he is then raised and further monsterized by Angrboda. And then she becomes the mother of those monsters through the story. Esther, you said, good evening, Castle. I hope I've not missed anything. I have been somewhat distracted as it is Monday. It's quite alright, Esther. It's quite alright. We are just waffling for the moment, and then the lady will be out here presently to do stories and whatnot with everyone. And yeah, so that is how our family tells the story of the monstrous children of Loki. Obviously, it's a lot different from what you would get from a standard academic reading. A lot of it is based on our family's oral traditions. But there are bridges in there that show what happens and the chain of events that leads to the things that happen. And I like it. Kayla, you had said, what's your favorite myth that you know? There are so many good old mythological stories. Like, I love the Polynesian myth about Maui and how his fishhook is made from the bones of his grandmother. It's literally made from, I think, her shin bone, which is hilarious and brilliant. You have the giant egg founding myth from Finnish mythology, which I love that one as well. You have the story of Lunessa, which we were talking about earlier. You have the story of Kokolin, Satanta, which is a brilliant myth. I really like the Native American myths around like skinwalkers and wendigos. Those are more modern. But I also like the modern American cryptid myths of Bigfoot and of Mothman. You know, there are so many wonderful myths. Frosty said, I actually find your telling to sound a lot more relatable than some other explanations I've heard. Well, and to be fair, it is something that our family has like analyzed and passed down over hundreds and hundreds of years of storytelling. You know, keeping as much of the stories that were given to us alive as possible. And when you have these fragmented stories like you do with Poetic Ada and Prose Ada, and even like the Book of Invasions and the Tain Bokuli, you're going to end up with a lot of gaps, and people will try to fill them in logically. And that's fine, you know, I'm not here to tell people what to believe, but I prefer the oral traditions of my family because, yeah, they make more sense. It's like there's a lot of interesting stuff in the academic myths, and they definitely shouldn't be ignored, but I prefer the oral tradition of my family because, to me, the stories make more sense, and they have a little bit more of a chronology to them that makes them, they feel more substantial. And again, I'm never trying to discredit anything. I am not someone who will say that this academic myth then suddenly proves that all of these things are correct, because I don't believe that storytelling works that way, and it doesn't work that way. These stories are stories that have been told culturally for hundreds of, if not thousands of years. Like, you have Odin's name goes all the way back etymologically to Wotan and Woden. And if you compare Wotan as a figure to Odin, they're not even close to being the same. So to say it's the same story is also not fair. It's not an accurate or fair depiction. It doesn't give the cultural credence that is required to those things. What do you think about myths of vampires? So here's something that's interesting. Vampire myths are almost non-existent. There are almost no vampire myths pre, 18th century, right? Most vampire myths are very modern, and they came about with the rise of the stories of Dracula, right? And so I actually think vampire myths are fascinating because they are a physical, a modern representation of how quick myth is established. Most vampire myths come from changeling myths or werewolf myths, and even werewolf myths come from Troy. Hello everyone. I hope all is well in the tavern. All is well in the tavern. We're just having some waffles before the lady reads to you all. Yes, well, this is what we used to do quite a bit in the tavern. I would give advice to young writers and storytellers, and then we would talk about mythology and traditional storytelling and whatnot. I need my maple syrup still, Castle. I have some in the fridge, actually. Some good maple syrup as well. Praise Mothman, love Mothman. No, okay, so that's actually a good one. The Strigoi and Striga in Romania. So Strigoi are not strictly vampires. They're closer to Draugr than they are vampires. Yeah, I keep syrup in. What do you mean? Destiny, if you don't keep your syrup in the fridge, it goes moldy.
Real maple syrup.
Yeah, real maple syrup has to be kept in the fridge or it'll go moldy. No, real maple syrup. Well, I mean, if you have a cooled pantry, yes, but. Oh yeah, we don't go through it that fast. She says they go through it in a week. Yeah, you can keep it in the pantry if you go through it in a week.
Yeah.
But I'll have one jug of maple syrup for a month because I don't eat it and they don't eat that much of it. Esther says, I keep my Canadian maple syrup in the fridge always. Yeah, if you haven't put it a long time, it has to be in the fridge. Gigi, thank you for the rose and thank you for the heart, mate. It's appreciated. Tips to the Tavern Keeper, always appreciated. I always find Old Norse and Greek mythologies fascinating. Being around so many centuries, it has to be truth in them. Even when we get a big one, we keep it in the past. That's crazy. Yeah, because it's so easy for maple syrup to get moldy. Oh, Kitty. I'm sorry. No, I remember who you are. You're Kitty. I remember. I changed my name back in a few days. Wrong, lol. I remember who you are. Took me a second, because I just read the name when you guys give gifts. Because it's easier for me that way. But I will remember that you are Kitty. No, and I do agree with you, Crystal, and my family agrees as well. Our traditions note that there are a lot of truths in myths. And like, myth does not mean fake. Maple syrup goes very well with tea. I agree, Esther, that's true. But I'm also the person cooking with cans that expired in 2009. I mean, I'm not as queasy about that as the lady is, because I grew up doing stuff like that, so... canned stuff does actually go bad, Destiny. It does, but, if you cook it hot enough, then it's fine. I had no idea. I guess we never had real maple syrup. Yet again, my whole life has been a lie. Yeah, if you cook it hot enough, it'll kill all the bacteria and mold and plague. Plague can't survive. Yeah, plague can't survive over 350 degrees, though, so, you're fine. The oldest can I've opened and used expired in 2000. She's building up some bulletproof immune systems in her children. Can we cook moldy Canadians for the same effect? It depends on the Canadian, Maddie. It depends on the Canadian. But to back to Crystal's point is that we recognize that there's a lot of traditional stories that have a lot of truth in them, but we don't necessarily think that myth means fake. Myth in the way that our tradition keeps them, myth does not mean fake. Myth just means old and traditionally told. So folklore is closer to what most people mean with myth, but even then, folklore is just their traditionally old told folk stories. Fairy tales, also closer, but I don't think that any of those things strictly mean fantasy or fiction. I think that, based on what our clan recognizes in the tradition, myth, folklore, and fairy tales are a traditionally told story that has been told for a very long time. I went to a gym and mineral show the last 2 days because a friend was demonstrating. Damage was $307.71. Oh, Bethany, poor lass.
I mean, that's actually pretty good.
Well, yeah, that's fair. There's some expensive crystals and rocks at those places. Yeah. They could have been a lot worse. Maple syrup is better than honey in most Riobos. Well, and see, honey will never mold. Honey will never go bad because honey is 100% sugar. Like, honey is just, it is all sugar, so that won't get moldy. But syrup is not 100% sugar. Unless you get artificial sugar. Like, there are some maple syrups that have no maple in them, they're just sugar. And those won't get moldy. You can leave those in a pantry. But if you get real maple syrup, it will go moldy if you leave it out. Yeah, all that happens to honey over time is that it will crystallize into sugar. Haytham Sparta, hello! Haytham, good to see you. Greetings, my friends. It's Hades. Hades, good to see you. Myth comes from the Greek mythos, meaning story. Right. Yes, that was with me trying not to spend anything. Okay, now I'm actually going to BRB. I had to stop leaving with the maple syrup comments. Okay. As long as you can use clean utensils when you use the honey, I've never had maple syrup go bad. Well, and it's good job. Like, that's a hell of a work, especially since you live somewhere very hot. As it says, my maple syrup is 100% maple syrup. It's really the best kind. The artificial stuff will last nearly forever. Like, I have 2 bottles of artificial maple syrup over there. I got because I thought they were organic, and they'll probably be there forever and never change. The apocalypse will come and somebody will find those and be able to use them long after we're dead. I think it's like some old school poetry. It tells a story, but decorated in the eyes of the artist. I think that there's some truth to that, Kitty. I think that what ends up happening with a lot of... Because we see it, we actually have 2 very good examples of it, and that's with Snorri Sturluson, with Norse myth. Snorri Sturluson definitely altered the myth, because there are a lot of scholars who believe Odin was not the father god of Norse mythology, all across Scandinavian myths, but that because the king of, I think it was the king of Sweden at the time, and Snorri and his father Sturla both had this sort of obsession with being related and being descendants of Odin. So when Snorri became this prominent poetic figure and started writing prose for the Danish and the Swedish and the Norwegian courts, one, he wrote Himskringla to make it so that the Swedish king at the time was related to Odin, and so that he and his father were also related to Odin. So there was Hades the Hedgehog. Okay, much better. They see. So Katie said, "Oh gosh, that was much more terrifying." Castle, do you think that Mothman? Do you think Mothman is moth-sized or man-sized? Probably man-sized if we're to believe the stories. All I can think of is how Moth bonks into a light, hearing that horrendous noise. If I recall correctly, Mothman is said to be human-sized, but no, the stories that you get of Mothman out of like Appalachia are, they do have him as being man-sized. 3 things that that'll survive. I don't know if I can say that word on TikTok, so I'm not going to. Fake maple syrup, share, and cockroaches. Yeah, there are some other things I could say in there too, but I won't throw it away. I don't think so, Petra. I thought I answered your question. Ask your question again, Petra, so I know that I got it. I'd say man-sized also. Yeah, for sure. Mothman is man-sized. All of the stories and myths about him have him being man-sized. Also, Castle, your genuine video came out right as I was listening to Golden. That was a pure Golden moment for me. I see what you did there, Matty. I appreciate it. So, we don't know if we're going to do it yet. I'm seeing if I can get the beats to line up, but the lady and I are trying to rewrite the first verse of Golden. Some of you probably won't even know or care what this is. But, Golden from K-pop Demon Hunters, I'm rewriting the first verse to be in Irish Gaeilge, and the lady has agreed to perform it if I can get the beats to match correctly. So she's agreed to do that first verse of Golden in Irish Gaeilge, if I can get it translated properly. So we'll see what happens. My littlest keeps asking if Jinu actually dies. I mean, to be fair, he was a... Yeah, he lives on in her sword. Oh, the Strigoi. Sorry, yes. I didn't get to the end of that. Strigoi are more like Draugr in their function. So you would have the Abertoch from Ireland, and you would have the Draugr from Norse myth, is more closely related to the Strigoi or Striga than what you would get from a vampire, because they don't necessarily drink blood and transform people. they're troubled spirits who rise from the dead, right? So Draugr are reborn because they have Draugr reborn because they have greed, right? And another thing we have to realize with a lot of these mythological creatures, there weren't a lot of them. Typically, there was one. Like, there aren't a lot of phoenixes, there was one phoenix. There aren't a lot of vermilion birds, there was one vermilion bird. There weren't a lot of Draugr, there was technically only one Draugr. But over time, there became more of these things. It's just like there aren't a lot of dragons. In all of mythology from all over the world, there are maybe 50 dragons from everywhere in the world. But Strigoi, they don't drink blood, they don't transform others. They are troubled souls who were then came back in a form to reap vengeance. It's like the White Ladies, or probably the closest relation to them would be Deragdu. The Deragdu from Irish mythology and the Strigoi are very close together in their lore and function. And I think the name Strigoi, I think it means living. I think it literally is Romanian for living dead. I don't quote me on that because I don't speak Romanian very well, but if I remember right, Strigoi, it either comes Strigoi something, and it either means living or it means dead. I think that's why it's called that, and it comes from the word Striga, which I think means scream. I could be wrong. Don't quote me on any of this. I'm probably not correct. But if I'm remembering correctly, because I did a video a while back on The Witcher, and because the Striga is a big thing in The Witcher, and that was something that was awful. Can we have more Irish phrases so I can curse at work? Absolutely, Kayla. I'll give you all of the curse words. I'll even give you some personal family curses that nobody will be able to translate. La Llorona was caught clearly on camera this year, by the way. It was near a town, and the video was unaltered. That's a scary thing. The term Strigoi refers to a type of undead creature found in Romanian folklore, often likened to a vampire, falsely, as we've just determined. And these beings are believed to rise from the grave and haunt the living, embodying the fear and superstition prevalent in Romanian culture. Right. Actually, the closest thing we have to a vampire is the goat sucker. Well, you're a vampire in practice, in the sense that you hide away from the sunlight, you don't like going outside, you're antisocial.
Unsociable.
Unsociable, right, not antisocial. But you're also a reverse vampire in the sense that you don't let people in unless they're invited. Yeah, the chupacabra, the goat sucker, is the closest thing you'll get in mythology to an actual vampire, pre the era of Dracula. There are other figures that are similar, but nothing in the strict sense of what we have as being a vampire today. Bear, hello! How's it going? Okay, alright, I think that everybody... Are you guys ready for story time? I am an avid fan of vampires, I also dislike the sun, says Esther. Are you guys ready for the lady to come and tell you sweet stories? Because she's prepared. Alright. I'm going to put this on a... well, hang on. I need to change this. Really quick. You're still on Son of Shadows, right?
Yep. We're getting close to the end.
Stop biting yourself, dummy. And then we're gonna go in here. Alrighty, friends. You know what? I don't even think I need to. I don't even need to put you on another screen. I'll just get up and you can take the seat. Or the throne, the mighty chair, as they would say. You can sit in the all-hailable chair. Alright, guys. This is going to be all for me. I'm going to hand you off into the... Bless you, my love. Into the very capable hands of the lady. And she will read you sweet, sweet nothings into the night. Or sweet, sweet somethings, rather, not sweet nothings. Good night, you all. Rest well. Well, you guys aren't resting yet, but...
It's just your sign off.
Yeah. So used to running away. I have very epic music currently on.
Nope, stop it.
Sorry. Oh, so we're not gonna be able to change.
Hello.
But we can change here.
Change. Name?
Yeah. And then you're gonna do reading and writing. Oh, you're gonna have to type.
Oh, thank you.
You're gonna type writing in first.
Oh, yeah, ready?
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, clackety, sorry.
Done.
The mechanical keyboards are very loud.
No, how I missed that.
Who's that?
It's another scammer.
Got lots of those.
Oh, you know what? Hang on. I think I need to retype everything. Control C. On.
Now I have
Control
Control
V.
stuck on my head.
And then reading.
Nope, you didn't click it.
You all right? Apologies. All right. Well, and Facebook and YouTube are just gonna have to deal with it because I don't know how to change it on these ones. So
You like the noise of the keyboard? That's my version of ASMR, I guess.
yeah.
Hello, Petra. Hello, Bethany. Hello, Esther. Hello, Bear. And Crystal Pendlebury. I like that. And Maddie, how are you? I can confirm no more women in my game died of freak trash compactor accidents. That's good. That's good, Maddie.
Would you like more coffee, madam?
What else do we have? We have Kemian. Yes, please. I would like that. When do I ever say no to coffee?
Never, but I want to check just to be sure.
Yeah. How was everybody today? Hopefully nobody is sick anymore.
Well, how did everybody enjoy waffles? It's a good question.
How did everybody enjoy waffles? I'm sure they did enjoy it. Otherwise, they wouldn't be in here.
It is fair. But is it a nice preamble leading up to the relaxation?
You're welcome, Maddie. I mean, you can see more how snarky I am when I'm not on camera, Maddie. Like, that's kind of more, how I am generally. I'm terrible. You love it? That's good. That's good. Yeah, I'm sassy. And sarcastic. Which, some people would say is the lowest form of intelligence. I just say that some people can do it and some people can't.
Sounds like something losers would say.
I guess I'm a loser then. Because I love being sarcastic. Oh, you mean the person that claims it?
Yeah, people who claim there's the lowest form of intelligence.
I think having a potty mouth is the lowest form of intelligence. If your vocabulary has to be half epithets, then you got some problems.
And people who call names. Like if your primary form of defense is calling other people names, it's about as low IQ as you can get.
Kayla said her headache isn't bad anymore, so that's good.
Good.
Who is sarcastic? I am sarcastic. Castle is definitely sarcastic as well.
I'm so sarcastic that it gets me in trouble.
Yeah.
Because I will be sarcastic with people in comments or just in our community, and people don't realize I'm being sarcastic because I'm deadpan.
Right. We'll even make jokes in deadpan, and it takes a moment for people to.
Yeah, like I will say the most egregious thing, but I'll say it completely stone faced.
That's funny, Destiny. What do they use? Esther's like, well, then Cass will be off then.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry we missed last week, by the way. But we are very close to being done. Like, I don't know if you can tell. We just have a little bit. Oh, you called Bug a pickle today? I love it.
Yeah, I tell Everett all the time that it's gonna be funnier if he
Do I have
calls his.
TikTok?
Yeah, it's right there in the middle. No?
Oh, it's this one.
Yeah.
Okay. That's right. It's just Kayla, though.
Yeah.
Only Kayla loves us. I'm gonna cry. I'm just kidding. Tanner calls his brothers lamps. That's not a food. Floppy cheese. I like that one too. I had to go into work for 3 hours on your day off. Ugh. That's the worst. That's rude. They better buy you some donuts or something. Now you feel like a pickle. I mean, if I had to be a food item, maybe a pickle would be one. Tanner call. Oh yeah, I read that.
I tell Everett all the time that he needs to, if he's gonna insult his friends, he needs to insult them in like a proper old English sort of way. Be like, you boulder-dashing poppycockers.
Ross says that he's done studies recently that suggest being sarcastic or vulgar are signs of high intelligence.
Well, and
I don't know about vulgar.
well, there is something to be said about people who swear a lot typically having higher IQs.
Mm.
But people who have to swear to express themselves are typically less intelligent.
So there's like a delineating factor there.
Yeah, intelligent. It's not that swearing is a sign of intelligence. It's that intelligent people tend to swear a lot.
Maddie says, thanks again for the resources. You are welcome. They weren't happy about it since they dislike peppers. I see. I had to buy my own donut. See, that's just wrong. That's just wrong. I would riot. I would riot. Be like, you called me in on my day off and you didn't even buy me a donut. It's rude. Costs you like $1.50. You can't get enough of the emojis. I'm glad you like them. Which catalog am I in if I do not swear? What category? I'm not sure, Esther. Just a nice, respectable person is probably the category. It's mainly from dealing with people who have no common sense. Yeah. There's that. There's a lot of that. So 90% of the population, correct. But I love the little Grogu emote. That's cute. You love them? Okay, good. I'm glad you love them. Well, that I am, Una. Yes, you are. Okay. This goes in the square hole sarcastic. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so last time.
Before you start, I'm gonna go and have tails to spin and weave.
Okay.
So I will be back down a little bit.
Okay.
Everyone be good. Take care of the lady for me while I'm gone.
Yeah, be good. I'm still upset over that 90% off thing.
Over the 90% off thing? What?
Yeah, what was the 90% off thing? Thanks, BioWare. Did you get a game and then it ended up being 90% off after? Still editing, Sage? Okay. Wow. 115 pages to go till my shortest story is done. Alright.
Oh yeah, you can change your background music. I was gonna do that, I forgot.
Oh.
I have like a cinematic background music going.
It sounds kind of silly right now.
Yeah. It's had a couple of silly ones in there.
It's like, cartoony. Hello, Milu.
Where are you going, Castle to Catnap? I wish. No, I'm actually going to do more work, but
Let's
in a different room.
try dynamic score, and you can tell me how that is.
And the one I usually do for you is either Dark Cinematic, Magical World, or House of the Dragon. It's the ones I usually do for you.
Well, you guys tell me. No, the microtransaction thing for the Ahsoka outfit. Oh, that's right. Yeah. Yeah. They can't do 90% off for the Mando one because everybody likes that one. But yeah, Castle's gonna go up and record some more videos for you. And then I gotta get another blog post up. Actually, we need to get the Patreon and the regular blog post up for tomorrow. I was teasing you about it. Yeah, sorry. That's what I do. Gotta pick up Cerberus from the vet. Gonna keep the stream up. Okay, well, thank you. Go get Cerberus. We'll be here for a while, because these chapters are long. The way the chair looks makes it look like you have wings. Oh, yeah, it kind of does. In some, in the right lighting, I guess. Right. Doesn't know how to distinguish that there's more chair without more of me in front of it, I guess.
Instead of Sephiroth, you are Unaroth.
Unaroth. Silly. Hello, Teresa. It's good to see you. The music is much more relaxed. Okay, good. And welcome to the tavern, Maze Gamer. Or Gainer. Gainer. I don't know. Sorry, I'm trying to get it. Sorry. Something like Maze. I'm just gonna call you Maze for right now. I'm back at Zeus Juice. Oh gosh. We'll have to down you more next time and demand only water. Yeah, Maddie probably does need to drink more water. As I have confirmed, Maddie, I do judge. I think it's important for society. Thank you for subscribing. Thank you, Snow After Fire, if you're in here. Over on YouTube. So they either subscribe because they watch one of your videos or they're in here. So thank you just in case you are in. You were very clear on that. That's good. I don't lie. Are you in it?
Yeah.
Okay. Woof. Those are long, Sage. You were just powering through all that. Drown tokens. Okay, so last time they made it through the marsh. Spoiler alert if you missed it, but they made it through the marsh. So now we have to see if they can successfully completely get away from Aemon and his soldiers. Yay for being able to put chickens to bed before 10 p.m. The neighbors have a rooster that doesn't seem to ever go to bed. He just goes off whenever he feels like it, and it's usually between 2 and 4 in the morning when I'm trying to sleep. I'm like, how has somebody not knocked that thing out? Spoiler? Yeah, you definitely give lots of spoilers, Maddie. So, Kiaran came to their rescue to help them get out of the marsh since it had gotten dark. They couldn't see. The men are severely injured. We have Gull carrying around, his name's actually John, or Johnny, but she calls him Bran. And she has her son, Johnny, the baby, with her. So it was pretty tense, but they made it out. So now we get to the aftermath. You guys ready? Oh, I should probably... I'll move that down. Put this up. And then let me know if it's okay. They lied when they said roosters only crow at sunup. Yes, they did. I have learned that the hard way. But it's okay. I'll live. I'll live. And I'm not sure when the TikTok gifts were sent. Probably when Castle was on. But I'm gonna thank you again, just in case. We got Gigi and Darth Big Ed with roses and heart. Is it too much? Is that better? Once I start reading, I'm not going to be able to maintain being loud forever because, it wears me out. It's good? Okay. Oh no, Maddie. Sad. You need the rooster. You just need him to also be quiet when he's supposed to. Okay. Let us begin. Chapter 15. It was hard at the last to maintain the careful pace along the narrow, mysterious way. Hard not to give in to the sudden tide of elation that swept through my body and spirit, and made one want to run forward, laughing with relief. But Gull walked steadily on. Each pace calculated precisely, and I came after, step by step. For the burdens we bore were precious and must not be let go until we were sure, quite sure, that it was safe. The figure with the lantern stood very still. A tall man robed and hooded in black. After what Gull had said, I had hoped some of them would be close by. Otter or snake or spider. With luck of a few of them, and horses. We made our slow way across the last patch of swamp, and I could hear the woven pathway sinking back into the mud behind me as I went. None would use this way again, and at last I saw Gull step onto dry land and stagger a few paces up the bank. He bent to roll Bran off his shoulders onto the earth, and I walked forward until I was next to him and looked up. Fiaha flew, a bright ball of flames to alight on the shoulder of the tall hooded figure, and the moment he landed the light was gone, and he was an ordinary raven again. If any raven can be considered ordinary. Well, said Kjaran gravely, you are here, and he still lives. This was bravely done. He glanced at Gull, then back at me. There's help close at hand. Thank you, I stammered, my fingers touching Bran's brow, feeling how cold he was, sensing how little time was left. Fiaha found you, then. I did not expect that you yourself would come. The four of us owe our lives to you. Fiaha, that's apt. Why did you help us? I asked him. Why did you do this? Doesn't it go against what your mother would want? He regarded me levelly with something of the look of my Uncle Connor. We owe you a debt, Neve and I. Now it is repaid in part at least. As for the bird, I am his custodian, but he makes his own choices. You didn't answer. Let us call for help. This man is close to death. You must move him before it is too late. He gave a short, piercing whistle, and Fiaha a croak. You must work fast if you are to save him. I know. How do you do this? How did you... I gestured back toward the swamp, where there was now no trace of any pathway. A druid's skills lie in manipulating what is already there, Kjaran said. Wind, rain, earth, fire. They lie in understanding the margins between world and other world. They lie in the wisdom of growing things. What I have done tonight is not so much. Tricks learned in the Nementons, no more. There has been no high magic here. But I am no longer a druid, and Connor will realize one day that his teaching was only the beginning for me. He will discover in time exactly what I can do. You are his brother, I whispered. If he had chosen to tell me that when first he began to teach me, things might have been different. Now it means nothing. Are you telling me you intend to follow the Lady Una's path? A descent into evil for the sake of power? And yet you guard Neve like a treasure. You came to save me and the child. His stern features were softened by the most fleeting of smiles. Up on the bank, there were men's voices and the flare of a torch. My mother thinks me a suitable tool for her purpose, he said quietly. And indeed she has much to teach me. Connor himself instilled in me a thirst for learning. Besides, what is this but a great game of strategy? Now your men are here and I must go. Neve cannot be left for long. There was a lump in my throat. He was my last link with my sister, and I sensed a very long farewell. I wish you well, I said. I wish you what joys are possible, and that you should not choose the pathway to darkness. I am pledged to guard your sister before all else. Tell Neve I hold her in my heart, I asked softly. Not at all sure he would even tell her he had been here, or that he had seen me and my son. Kjaran's voice was very grave. I thought he spoke now almost against his better judgment. I hesitate to say it, he said. But if you wish to keep your child safe, I think you should take him away, as far as you can go. There are those who would do much to ensure he might never grow to be a man and a leader. Still, the two of you do not appear to be lacking in protectors. As he spoke, there came through the bushes a number of men. Men with strange, exotic markings on the skin of their faces and limbs and bodies. Men clad in outlandish garb made from wolfskins and feathers and metal, with helms that gave them the semblance of otherworld creatures, half human, half beast. I felt a stupid grin of relief spreading across my face as I sat with Bran's head on my lap and Gull slumped beside me on the ground. And when I looked back towards Kjaran, he was gone. Is that guy their relative from the Lady Una? Yes, it's Lady Una's child with, Lord Cullum? No. Yes. I don't know why I'm forgetting his name, but the father of all of the 7 children. And so it was their half-brother. They raised him as a baby and did not tell him who his parents were. And he grew up in the Nemetons with Connor, and so he learned the ways of the druid. And eventually he met Neve, and they fell in love, and they had no idea that they were technically related. So he is uncle and she is niece, even if by half, so it was definitely frowned upon, and rather than explain the situation, they separated them in a cruel way. So he is holding a great deal of resentment. So now he and Neve are essentially sequestered away somewhere secret so he can keep her safe. And after Leodin's father found out about this, we can assume that he was the one that went to off Neve's ex-husband. So there was some sort of justice there. So she did not die, she fled. Yeah, she fled, and they didn't really explain it, but it seems that she's in another plane of some sort, like another plane of existence. So not everyone can get to her. And after Kjaran left, that's when she reached out to try to put her influence on him. Sweet Jesus! It was Snake. He of the skin garment and the patterns on wrist and brow. What happened to him? He squatted down by Bran, his fingers reaching to touch the crusted wound to the head. Deep blow. Days old. You know what he'd say. There was a murmur from the men who encircled us in the darkness. Ask her, Gull said weakly. Ask Leodin. Snake turned his fierce bright gaze on me. Think you can save him? He queried. The men went very quiet. Now that I was sitting down, I felt extremely weak and terribly tired. Snake's voice seemed to come from a long distance, and my own sounded strange. Of course I can, I said, my tone of certainty entirely feigned. But we must hurry. We must get him to safety first, off Aemon's lands. I want to go to that place where we camped before. You know where I mean. The place of the standing stones, where you can go underground. Snake nodded. Quite a ride, he said. I know, but we should go there. And Gull needs help too. His hands are badly hurt, and Johnny began to cry again, softly this time, as if to say, "Why isn't anybody listening to me? I'm tired and wet and hungry, and I did tell you before." There was another murmur of voices, and someone let out a low whistle. "Hello, the Fiend Joker. Welcome in." Sorry if I didn't catch you the first time. I only look up periodically. We're doing good. We're reading Son of Shadows by Juliette Marier. I missed a lot in the one chapter of this book. Which one did you miss? You're usually kept up with the story. You'll have to go back and watch the VODs. "A child?" Snake exclaimed under his breath. "Yours? You came across there with a child on your back." "My son." Another whistle. "The one where her mom died?" Well, it was very... Okay, yeah. That was the highlight of that chapter. And then we learn later, because Leodin's father was supposed to go back to England to see what happened to Johnny's grandparents. Or rather, grandmother, because we already know that his grandfather perished when he was protecting Sorsha, right? So, he left, and then the news came that the O'Neill had been killed. They didn't know who did it, and so they blamed it on the Painted Man. But the reality is that it was Leodin's father getting justice for his daughter. So hopefully that all clicked into place for you. Okay. "Where's his father, then?" asked someone rather boldly from the back of the group. "None of your business," snapped a voice I recognized as Spider's. "This is his father," I told them, thinking that they had better know the truth now to save complications. "And like to die if we are not on our way soon. There's very little time. You'd better strap the chief up to one of your stronger men, so he is not jolted too much. Is there a horse for me?" For a moment they did not move. I had stunned them into silence. Then Snake began to rap out orders. Spider, his long fingers gentle, came over to touch the baby's small head and offer to carry him for me. "Thank you," I said, "but he's used to me, and he's tired and scared. Later, maybe." I had thought I had enough strength left to ride, but when two men came to lift Bran up very carefully, and Otto took my hand to help me to my feet, my knees gave way and my head spun, and there seemed to be many-colored stars dancing before my eyes. Then there was a brief dispute about who would convey me and my child before him, until Snake, who appeared to be in charge, nominated Spider. And Spider, grinning, lifted us onto his tall horse and sprang up behind. It was a long and weary journey. We stopped twice, in concealed places among rocks. And after a rest and food and plenty of attention, Johnny grew calm again, as if our perilous adventure were merely another slight variation in his daily routine. He is his father's son, I thought with some bitterness, and the tale of Cuchulainn and Conlai came back to me. It would be up to me to ensure that our tale did not follow such a pattern. So, Bran is actually Johnny, the baby from the first book, and his parents are Margaret and John. So, John was Red's essentially right-hand man, and Margaret had the baby, and then while John was protecting Sorsha, while they were at the Harrowfields land, they were attacked and there was a landslide, and that's when John died. Later, Sorsha and Red ended up being together in Sevenwater, so Red gave up his title to his brother, who came back, and then he went to live with Sorsha and her family. They had no contact with Margaret and her son Johnny, after that point. we have learned that the painted man, whom Leodin calls Bran, is actually Johnny. And having learned this, Leodin decided to name their baby Johnny. Gets confusing. But she calls her lover Bran. Bran was born behind Otter, tied to his back as we had once done with Evan the smith. When we stopped, I had them prop him up against a tree trunk, and I made them fill a cup and try to get some water into him. I could have wept to see him lolling there so helpless. I knew quite well that what he would say if he could see himself. This man has no further use, he would say. I watched the fierce-eyed snake carefully wiping away the crusted blood from the deep head wound, and the hard-bitten otter tucking a warm cloak around the chief's sprawled limbs. And I sent a silent plea to Denek, the great healer of the Tuatha De Danann. Give me the strength to achieve this task. Give me the skill. I cannot lose him. I will not. Gull could not ride. He sat before a large, silent man they called Wolf, on a large, silent black horse. When we paused to rest, I examined his wounded hands. I could not do much without my healer's bag, without herbs and ointments and instruments, without clean bandages and time. But I told Snake quietly what things I would need when we reached our destination, and he replied that anything I required would be found, one way or another. I thought it best not to inquire too closely as to quite what that meant. Gull had lost 3 fingers from one hand and 2 from the other. The wounds had been cauterized cleanly. Still, my heart was cold at the thought that this was Aemon's doing. Aemon, whom I had once thought to wed. It did not matter who had struck the blow, him or another. It was his mind that conceived this cruel punishment. Barbaric, I muttered as I wound a strip of cloth, torn from my shift, around Gull's hand. An act of insane vengeance. But in the back of my mind, I heard Aemon's voice, bleak as winter. If you dislike what I have become, you have only yourself to blame. A shiver ran through me. Put me in mind of the smith, said Gull. When the chief cut off his arm and you sealed it with a hot blade. Came close to fainting right away. Same sort of thing, this. You endured a great deal for him. What about you? You're an exceptional woman, Leodin. No wonder he broke the code for you. Surely he must have broken that particular rule before. A man of his years cannot be quite so strong in self-denial, I observed, tucking the ends of the bandage neatly in place. Known him since he was little more than a lad. Never seen him go with a woman, not once. Self-control is important to him. Maybe too important. With you it was different. You stood up to him. Moment he saw you, it was only a matter of time. I did not reply, but I wondered greatly. Could it be that for Bran, too, that night of enchantment we had shared had been his first time? Surely not. These things were different for a man. A man thought less of it than a woman did. And besides, a man like him would hardly be short of opportunities. I found I was blushing and turned my face away from Gull. Oh, thank you, Bethany, for explaining further. Yeah, the current baby's grandparents are John and Margaret. Maiden. His voice was soft. We're all with you, lass. We cannot afford to lose the chief. Without him, we're nothing. You've been so strong. My voice betrayed my weariness. Without you, I'd have given up. You wouldn't, you know. His tone changed suddenly. Want you to tell me. Tell you what? But I knew it was coming. What are my chances? How much is this going to hold me back? No trade but combat, you understand. If I can't fight, if I can't get out of a tight spot, or into one I need to. I'm finished. Tell me the truth. How does it look? Why were you there, anyway? I thought it was supposed to be a one-man mission. You knew that? Yes. He went on his own and chose not to give us any useful information, the fool. You'd think he wanted Northwoods to finish him off. Next we heard, he was on his way back to Erin in a little boat sailed by men in green. Knew that was unlikely to be part of the plan. I tried to be a hero, rescue mission. He was even more fool than he was. Nearly came off, though. Eamon was just a little too clever for us. Played us off one against the other. This is the result. Now tell me. You'll be able to draw a bow left-handed. You'll have to teach yourself again. You'll be able to ride if you keep exercising your hands while they heal. You will not be able to wield a sword or scale steep walls, or use your fingers to choke the life out of a man. But you will be able to teach others the skills of combat. And you can learn to be a healer. I would teach you myself. This band needs such a one. I thought maybe you... He began and fell silent. That depends, I said. It depends on him, and what he wants. Gull was quiet for a while, gazing at his bandaged hands. What would the chief say? How would he rate my usefulness? He'll think you're worth keeping, I imagine. Especially after I tell him how you saved me and his child. How you bore him across the marshes on your back. Gull looked at me very directly. It was you who saved us, he said softly. But for your courage we would have died in Eamon's dungeons. Are you sure? Are you sure you can bring him back? It was you who would not let me give up hope out there, I whispered. Oh, thank you, Bethany. I missed the... Oh, Bear gave a gift to Bethany. Thank you, Bear, for that. Thank you so much. The ads do get annoying, huh? Yours just expired? Okay. Is there an ad going on? I don't think so. We went by concealed ways as once before, and if from time to time a man or two rode away alone, to rejoin the group some time later bearing a small bag or bundle they had not had before, nobody was asking any questions. It was close to dawn when we reached the place of the Great Barrow, and dismounted under the tall beeches that sheltered its low entrance. Spider helped me down. Johnny had ridden the last part of the journey on the back of a young man they called Rat, and seemed none the worse for it. His grey eyes intent as he looked at the changing shapes and colors around him, and tried to make sense of it all. Right, said Snake, as men departed without need for orders to tend to horses and to set a watch, and make a cooking fire. Where do you want the chief? Inside for shelter? No, I said, glancing at the tiny, strange faces on the lintel of the ancient doorway. Not in there. You know how he... Best to use the barrow for your men, since many can sleep there safe and dry. Can they make a small shelter for us under the trees? Perhaps at the other end near the water. Dry and private, but somewhere he can see the sky when he wakes. I'll need a little fire and lanterns for later, and I suppose a watch must be kept. I'll need a man to help me. We'll take it in turns. They were unstrapping Bran now, lowering him gently from Otter's horse, while Otter himself flexed his limbs and stretched his back, and got down with some caution. Herbs, I said. I need someone to gather them. I must make a poultice for the head wound, and a healing tea. Gull can use both as well. I'll need self-heal, an herb of grace, that will still be in bloom, and I know it grows here. If you can find wild thyme and calamint, I will break the leaves into a small bowl and set it by him. These herbs help dispel sorrow. We must remind him of the good things he chooses to relinquish, if he will not return to us. Snake nodded. He issued quick orders, and the men transferred Bran to a board, and bore him off to the other end of the barrow. Horses were led away, supplies unpacked. A quiet orderliness was apparent as the men went about their business. I heard Johnny's small voice, the words incomprehensible, the tone confident. "I should attend to my son," I said, thinking whoever had him had better know what babies could or could not eat, and where they might or might not be safe. "Those insect bites. There is a wash that can be made up with figwort." "He'll do well enough," grinned Snake. "That comes from a big family." You snoozed it? Okay. Yeah, I don't have the, maybe if I switch this tab. There it is. Ad starts in 3.5 minutes. "He'll make a good nursemaid for you. I'll tell him about the figwort. You go down and explain what you want for the chief. Then you'll get better rest. And the child with you. Long ride for a girl." It was. It seems a lifetime since I left Seven Waters. We owe you a great deal. How did you know when to come, Snake? And where? Knew where they were, him and Gull. We watched that place, she-duve. Watch it constantly. Ever since Eamon turned his back on a friend once before. He had an ally in the north, known to the chief. A man who'd done us a few favors from time to time, given us shelter and safe passage when nobody else would. This fellow had a solid agreement with Eamon over a stretch of land, or he thought he did. Paid for it in fine cattle, bargain sealed. Then one night the men in green came down on his outpost and burnt it to the ground with the guards still in it. What made it worse was that one of them was his family there. His wife, small daughters paying a visit. Burnt to death, the lot of them. When the chief heard that, he said it just went to show sons always turn out like their fathers. Old Eamon, this one's father, he sold out his allies to the Britons. I know. You would, I suppose. Anyway, Eamon's neighbor called us in to help, and we did. Accounted for his troop in a manner designed to put fear into him. The chief couldn't resist his own little touch. Severed hand and so on. Came off a man long dead, you understand. Effective, but not pretty. It's the chief's way. But I could not avoid saying, the tales they tell of you, of the chief and all of you, they attribute acts of cruelty every bit as bad as this to the hand of the painted man. How can you judge Eamon if you do the same yourself? Snake frowned. We're professionals, he said eventually. We don't kill women and children. We don't make mistakes and burn the innocent along with the enemy. Besides, you can't believe the tales. If we were responsible for everything they pin on us, we'd have to be in 50 places at once. Ask Rat what he thinks of Eamon Doof. It was his mother and little sisters died in that fire. I looked over to the place where the fire now sent a long plume of smoke into the early morning air, down the hill a little. Rat sat with Johnny on his knee, his fingers busy with some sort of game that had my son bouncing up and down with excitement. The child's fair skin was dotted with angry pink swellings where the marsh insects had attacked him. Rat's tricks diverted the small hands from rubbing these spots and worsening the itch. I could see how this young man got his name. His eyes were set close together, over a long, sharp nose, and his teeth were uneven in a wide, smiling mouth. He's a good lad, Rat, said Snake. Learns fast, for all his foolish looks. Now go to the chief and leave Johnny with us a while. We'll call you when breakfast's ready. You didn't answer the question. How did you know when to come? Got a message, red-haired fellow. Had a very strange look about him. We were already close at hand, knowing they were in there, but not how to get them out, since Eamon had strengthened his defenses. Fellow told us to go down by the track and wait under cover for signal. Not long after, there you were, like magic. Indeed, I agreed. And then I forced my weary body to move and went down to the other end of the barrow, where the smooth rocks overlooked the still pool. Where the standing stones, carven with signs so old even a druid could not interpret their meaning, were mute guardians of the deep mysteries of the earth. And as I walked by them, I thought I heard a voice saying, "Good, good." This was no place of the Tuatha Dé, with their gods and goddesses, their dazzling beauty and terrifying power. It was a place far older and darker. A place of the old ones, who had been my own ancestors, if the tale of the outlaw Fergus and his Fovra bride were to be believed. I believed it. I felt within me as I touched a hand on the stones of the great barrow. There was a slow vibration from deep inside the earth, and it said again, good. So little time to bring him back to himself before he perished from the wounds, or from despair, or from some simple thirst. Bran could not drink. The men had made a shelter by the rocks, canvas stretched to form a roof. The front opened so you could look out over the serene pool or watch the little fire that burned between stones. He lay there motionless on a low pallet. "You need to watch the child with that fire," one man warned. "We built it high just in case." But as it was, I'd no need to worry about Johnny. They brought him to me to be fed and to sleep, and I tucked him up into the bed of bracken they had made, and covered him with a rug made from a fox's pelt. His own little blanket, sewn with such love, had been left behind in She-Duv. Because of baby Johnny's grandfather was Red's right-hand man, who died protecting Sorsha, yeah. Maybe Leodin's dad went looking for Margaret and ended up killing Leodin's sisters. Well, he purposely went to go kill the O'Neill before he went to England. Because the O'Neill was in Northern Ireland. So he went there first. And then he went over to England to find out what had happened to Margaret and to Johnny. That he ended up becoming the Painted Man. Okay. As for his waking time, I would glimpse my son in the arms of one or another big leather-clad nursemaid, or perhaps cradled in a neat hammock or borne high on broad shoulders, or sitting by Rat on the leaf-strewn ground, holding a piece of crust in one hand and exercising his fine new teeth. The insect bite subsided. Someone had indeed found Figwort. Rat informed me the child was very advanced for his age, and I agreed with him. I accepted that Johnny had suddenly acquired more uncles than any lad might possibly need, and I left them to it, though not without regret. He was so small, and so fearless. As for Bran, I dared not let the others know how scared I was. I had poulticed the head wound, so there he wore a neat bandage around the skull over the fast-growing curls. It was Gull who helped me, refusing to go and rest. Snake, too, hovered nearby. We sat Bran upright and held his head up, and put a moistened sponge to his lips, but the liquid ran down his chin and onto the blanket, as if he had lost the will to help himself. "How long can he go without water?" asked Gull. "One more day, maybe." I tried to disguise my distress, but my shaking voice betrayed me. I could see how the flesh had fallen away from Bran's cheeks, leaving the bones stark and prominent under the boldly patterned skin. I could feel how skeletal his fingers were, how frail his wrist, where the small image of a winged insect stood out on the dry, pallid skin. I could hear how faint and slow his breathing rasped. How long Bran had been held in that cramped underground tomb, Gull could not say, for he had lost count of the days while they were in She-Duv. Okay, we got an ad starting in 5 seconds. So we will let that go. That's fine, Maddie. Yeah, that's the problem with internet, huh? You never know if someone's actually joking. It's not showing me how long the ad's going to be. Is the music too loud? I'm not wearing the headphones, but I can hear it coming out of the headphones, so I want to make sure. Yeah, I get it, Maddie. I get it. I have been doing the same. Had a bit of writer's block, so I took quite a long break from it. Now I'm back to it. Oh my gosh, the ad is gonna be 2 minutes long. The heck. Alright. What can I do? Yeah, it came up finally. At least it's not going to be 2 hours long. I would probably say we'll abandon Twitch at that point. If they tried to do a 2-hour long ad. That would be ridiculous. Yeah, there's an ad in progress. It's going to be another minute and 30 seconds. It's just kind of annoying that we can't just pick when it happens. Like, we can run an ad and then it will be ad-free for an hour, but it seems to go by so fast. You got into a 6-hour long ad break? What? No, you did not. What? How is that even possible? Thank you for the like, Rebel. Welcome in. And Wendy Pie subscribed, but I don't know if Wendy Pie is in here. Or if she just watched one of Castle's videos. But if you are in here, thank you very much for the subscription. I apparently have ads when I have ads on my channel. What do you mean? You do have ads on your channel because you monetized it. You were taking pain meds. That's okay. I saw it and I stopped, so the ads can go. So, Maddie's not only a chaos goblin, he's also an ad magnet. Just bringing all the trouble. Okay, the ad has ended, so we can continue. Thank you. I need you to do something for me, I told Snake, who stood at the foot of the pallet. Anything. I want you to send someone out and try to find my father. He is Ubden of Seven Waters, but he was once called Hugh of Harrowfield, a Briton. He's a very tall man, strongly built, with red hair. It's hard to miss. He traveled across the water midsummer last, and is overdue to return to Seven Waters. He could be on his way back, should be, if the news from home reached him. I know that if he's to be found, your men can do it. They'll need to make haste. Consider it done. Thank you, I said. Later, I want the men gathered here. We must try to call the chief back. Somehow. We must make him understand that he can't go yet. That he's needed here. I'll fetch them. Ask us for any help you need, Leodin. You mustn't wear yourself out. Let us be strong for you. I touched his wrist gently, where the bracelet of painted snakes wove its way around his well-muscled arm. You already are, Snake. You and the rest of them. I kept my misgivings to myself. I had no doubt this was the task Finbar had once spoken of, a task of healing that would stretch my skills to their limit. But Bran lay as if lifeless, gone deep within, as if he had fled his own will to that tiny dark prison where Aemon had confined him, almost as if he believed that that was where he belonged. As I watched the sun rise in the sky and steady and pass over, I knew he was slipping away from me. He had once said of himself, fit to live only in the darkness, and go back into your box, cur. So at the last extreme, that was exactly what he had done. He carried his prison inside himself. The door was bolted. To find it and unlock it meant making a path through dark memories. Secrets he had told me were best left buried. Still, I was not alone. Perhaps we might summon the strength to call him back. All those of us who loved him. That would be the first step. As for the second, I could not take that without guidance, for it was a task to make the boldest heart quail. Snake was gone. Gull kept watch by Bran's side. I went out to sit on the rocks above the pool where once Bran and I had lain in each other's arms, heedless of the rain. I looked into the dark water with a feeling of growing certainty, and I called silently to my Uncle Finbar. BRB, okay, Bear? Uncle, I am here, and I have something to ask you. Here, under the standing stones, the response was instant, though dim. An image barely visible on the surface, hardly a picture of a man, more trick the light that made you think there might, just possibly, be someone there. Leiden, you are safe then. I'm safe, but he is not yet. He has gone far inside himself, and I need to know if I am right, if I can find him again. I believe this is the task you spoke of, and I will do it, but it scares me, Uncle. I fear what I will discover. The man in the water nodded gravely. Be warned, daughter. He will use all his strength against you, and his strength is formidable. He will fight you every step of the way. It is a cruel task, for you must unfasten the bindings of his heart and lay it bare. There is great pain there, a pain he does not want to share with you. There is a frozen child who hides within a prison of lost dreams. Find him, take him by the hand, and lead him forth from that dark place. I was chilled to the bone. He spoke like a voice from another world. I will do it. If I could help you, I would, child. But this is your task, and you must begin now. The longer you delay, the farther he flees from you, until there is no way back. The water rippled, and he was gone. I called Snake, and he joined me by Gull in the shelter. Right, I told them. I think there are two parts to it. There's a summoning to bring him out from where he's hiding. Then there's a healing, a putting together so he will stay with us. The first part you all will help me with. I'll do the second part alone. Not a lot of time, Gull commented quietly. I know that. It must be finished by dawn, or he'll escape us. You should call the men now, and I'll explain it to them. Maiden, said Snake awkwardly. You know he'd hate this. What do you want me to do? Leave him to die of thirst? Let him perish alone and wandering in some place we cannot see? Or maybe help him on his way with a little sharp knife? Is that what you think I should do? There's not a man here would say that, except for the chief himself. If he could stand outside himself and see this, he'd be the one to draw the blade across his throat. We're all behind you, Leiden. None of us wants to be the one that has to explain this to him when he gets back, that's all. I will explain it to him. Now go, fetch the men. We sat by Bran's side, waiting. He had not stirred. His face was pale and calm as if sleeping. There was no outward sign he lived, save the slight, slow rise and fall of his breathing. His fingers were limp and cold, and I tucked the blanket over them, still gripping his hand in mine. I wondered if somewhere deep down he could feel that I had not let go. The men came in ones and twos, soft-footed despite their heavy boots. Most were armed. All wore the strange raiment of their calling, the skins and feathers and decorations that were their pride and identity. All were solemn. They gathered around the pallet, sitting, crouching, standing in silence. Not quite the full complement. Even at such a time, the watch must be maintained. "Very well," I said. "He can hear us, make no doubt of it. He has a head wound, a bad one, but men have recovered from worse, and he is very strong, you know that. But he cannot swallow, and a man does not last long without water. We must bring him out of this sleep." "What if he doesn't want to come out?" This was the big, dark-bearded fellow Wolf. I had not heard him speak before. His voice was guttural, heavily accented. "That's just it," I said. "He thinks it's not worth returning to us. We must persuade him otherwise. He needs to know how you value him. He needs to be reminded what good things he has done for you, and what it means to you. He must be made to recognize what he has given, and what he can give. Only you can do that." They looked at one another and moved uneasily. "We're fightin' men," said Rat, who stood holding Johnny against his shoulder and patting his back. "Not bards nor scholars." Another man spoke apologetically. "Can't think what we'd say." "You remember the tales I told you?" There were nods and half-smiles. "Well then, it's just like that, only shorter. Each of you tells a little tale, a tale of the Painted Man. We'll do it in turn, and with our tales we will call him back. Simple, really." I caught Gull looking at me quizzically, and I suspected he knew my brisk confidence was totally assumed. Underneath, I was cold with the fear that we might fail. Their faces began to brighten with hope. "That's good," said one man admiringly. "Fancy thinking of that. You're a rare one. Can I go first?" "Surely." The tales were many and varied. Some were poignant, some funny, some the stuff of high tragedy. There was the story of how Bran had saved Dog from the longships, and how, said Snake, even though poor Dog was dead now, he'd certainly returned the favor. For if Dog hadn't hit me on the head that day in Little Folds, I'd never have met the Painted Man, and there would have been no Johnny. And, Snake added, now that the chief had me and his lad, he'd have to be a complete fool not to want to wake up. There were tales from the south and tales from the north, tales from the Cymru and the Britain and Amorica. There were tales told by Norsemen and Ulstermen and Gauls, all sorts. But they had one thread in common. In every tale the Painted Man had reached out a hand to an outcast, a man with no place in the world, and welcomed him to a band of comrades, a code, and a purpose. Gull whispered his, a story of blood and loss, of anguish and despair. You called me back to life when I sought to end it. It was your hand stayed mine when I would have given it to the darkness. Now I step into your path. I bid you halt and return to us. Your work is not finished. We need you, friend. Now it is my turn to call you back. We had woven our net of words all afternoon. It was a fine, strong net, like the men who made it. Now dusk was coming on. Listen to Gull, I said, holding back tears. Listen to us all. I had told them Bran could hear. Now I doubted the truth of that, for, try as I might, I could not sense the smallest spark of thought in him, the weakest fragment of vision in his mind. If he were not already gone, he had the most powerful of barriers in place. Bran, I said softly, my fingers moving against the sunken flesh of his cheek. We love you. We are your friends. We are your family. Come out. Come back from that dark place. Walk out from the shadows, dear one. Gull made a little movement with his bandaged hand, and then one by one the men came forward to touch Bran's arm, or grip his shoulder, and here or there I saw surreptitious wiping away of tears. When they had all gone but Gull and Rat, I took Johnny in my arms and went out by the fire to feed him, and allowed myself to weep. As I sat there, Snake came back with Wolf, and they changed Bran's clothing and sponged his body. While they worked, they talked, cheerful, practical talk about an armorer in the north who had developed a new process for tempering iron, and what a fine, precise type of sword he was making, and what price might be negotiated for such a superior kind of weapon. I knew their talk was for the chief, and I recognized their efforts. But I was weary to the point of sickness and sad beyond measuring. And I closed my eyes where I sat. Then, unbidden, a nightmare was on me. Walls closing in, utter darkness, no sense of time or space, no sound but the thumping heart and labored breathing, and I was scared. I was scared Uncle would beat me again. I could feel the stinging pain in my back and my legs from last time. I could feel the ache in my arms from when he made me hold the rock up over my head. I'd been weak, and I'd dropped it. And if the belt hurt, it was my own fault because you only got punished if you were not strong enough. My nose ran, and I sniffed without thinking, and my heart raced. No sound, that was the rule. No sound or there was trouble. It was hard not to cry when you had to wet yourself, and you were there hot and thirsty, and scared and nobody came. When all you could do was count up to 10 over and over again. When you waited and waited for her to come back for you, because maybe, just maybe, if you were brave enough she would still come, even now. I came to myself abruptly, my head throbbing, my heart thumping. The terror was real, as if I were there in that small dark space myself, and I blinked and forced myself to breathe slower, forced my eyes to see the still water of the pool, and the soft willows gray-blue in the twilight. I felt the warm weight of the baby in my arms. Maiden? Gull was beside me, his features near invisible in the fading light. All right? I nodded. Yes. He's there, Gull, not far away. There, just below the surface and too frightened, or somehow too ashamed to come out. He heard us, I know it. How can you know? Gull asked, his voice full of wonder. I hear his thoughts, share his memories and feelings, and he lets me in. It's a gift and a curse. It might help me to reach him, help me to unlock whatever barrier this is that he's built around him. But I need to know. I need to understand what makes him hide like this. I think whatever it was, it happened when he was very young. When he was quite small. Did he ever tell you? Not him. Lives by the code. No past, no future. He never said a thing. Seems to me the man was born old. I wish I could help. Never mind, I said, my heart sinking. I must just do my best to reach him. I'll need to be alone tonight. I'll put Johnny to bed in the shelter. Then you should leave us. All of you. I'll stand watch out here. Oh, Gull, with those hands you should be in an infirmary, in good care. You take too much on yourself. At least get some sleep. What about you? You can't go on forever. He put his hand on my shoulder. We'd look after you, you know. We'd look after you and the boy. Stop it. My voice rang out harshly. Don't say that. He's going to live. I'll have no words of defeat here. There was a brief silence. Then Gull said, Made for each other. Incompatible of failure, the two of you. No doubt the lad'll grow up to be a great leader. How could he not? Now, I'll have them fetch you a bite to eat. Yeah, I mean, you stream for so long, you have to take breaks. It's necessary, Maddie. We'll do as you say. But there'll need to be a guard. Can't hurt, since no one of us will be sleeping tonight. I had thought to send them all away to the barrow so that we were alone in the place of our destiny, by the dark pool under the moonless sky. There were old things stirring. I felt their presence in the shadows, and knew this was a night of changing. I had thought that in the darkness, Bran might reach out to me as once before. I might seize his hand and hold on until morning. But this was not a place for lone acts of desperation. This was a place of fellowship. Snake brought food and ale and insisted I stay out by the fire to eat it. And when I was seated on a flat stone, with a bowl of stew on my knee, others came out of this night to stand around me silent. I looked at young Rat anew, since hearing his own tale. The fire set by Aemon's men had done him a great wrong. Spider and Otter were not there. They had been absent all day. "Got something to ask you," said Snake diffidently. "What?" "Say you work wonders, and he comes out of this. Wakes up sudden, saying, 'Where am I?' How do you think he can live with what's happened? And what about you and the child? He wants you. You want him. But he'd never agree to keep you here with us. No life for a lady, nor for a little lad. He'd never risk you that way. And he'll never give it up. It's all he knows. The only way he can justify going on. You planning to fix him up and ride away off home again? That'd be a cruel ending for all parties, that would." "You ask me that seriously?" "Maybe not. Can't see you doing such a thing. But you know how he is. He won't let you stay. Pack you off home, then go and get himself killed as soon as he can. That'd be my prediction." There was a silence. Gull glanced at me and at Snake, and it seemed as if he wanted to speak but would not. "What is it, Gull?" I asked him. "I've been thinking," he said cautiously. "Come on then, out with it." Snake's attention was caught immediately. "If you've got a plan, let's hear it. Time's short." "A plan? It's hardly that. A notion, no more. Kept on going through my head all the way across for that godforsaken swamp. Once I thought of it, it stayed there and got bigger. I know we can't go back to live in the world again, farmers, fishermen, and so on. But we do have skills, seamanship, tracking by stealth, all kinds of combat. We know how to plan a raid and execute it faultlessly. We know how to get in and out of places, in ways nobody else even thought of. We've our own methods of solving problems, and of getting information. There's many a chieftain, both in this country and over the water, would pay a fine cattle and silver pieces to have his men taught such skills." Once again, Gull had astonished me. Wolf was listening round-eyed. "Where?" asked Snake bluntly. "There's not a corner of Erin where we're welcome for more than a night or two. Settle down, and before you know, some lordling we've offended comes in with his henchmen to torch our camp and butcher us in the night. We've always got to be 2 steps ahead, always on the move. Even this place isn't safe, not for long." I cleared my throat. "Bran told me once. He said to me, he had resources. He had a place. Where is that place?" "Know nothing about that," said Snake. "Not to settin' and tie up our chief." He and Wolf both looked at Gull. "No need to keep secrets from Leiden," Gull said quietly. "She's one of us." After a moment, Snake nodded, and Wolf gave a grunt of agreement. Gull turned back to me. "The chief told you then," he said, glancing over at the man lying motionless on the open shelter. "He did, a long time ago. What kind of place is it, Gull?" "An island, north. It's a wild, inhospitable place. Easy to guard, not so easy to reach. Beautiful in its way. You could build a camp there. Folk could come and be taught." "Like that island in the story," said Snake absently, his mind clearly racing ahead of his words. "The island of that warrior woman, you know. What was her name? And you'd be there as well, you and the boy. Like the tale." "I'll tell you now, I have no intention of imitating the exploits of Skahak or her daughter," I said dryly. "But you are right. Whatever unfolds, I intend to stay by him." "What chieftain would pay good silver to such as us?" Rat asked. "What about our reputation? These lords must be careful of their alliances, as not a one of them would place any trust in a venture." Despite his words, his eyes shone with hope. Yesterday was Father's Day here. Well, happy Father's Day. And you heard from all 3 bear cubs. That's awesome. You're going home in 2.5 weeks. That's also exciting, and it's gotten to 27 degrees Celsius, and I can finally wear shorts and show off my beautiful legs. Better be careful and have a line of women trying to get to you, and then your wife will get upset. That's all good news. I'm glad that things are on the up and up. As to that, I said slowly, I think it is possible your enterprise might in time be accepted. All you need is a start, the patronage of a highly regarded leader, perhaps also some additional resources that could be discussed. My brother could give you both. Your brother? Gull raised his brows. The Lord of Seven Waters. He would deal openly with such as us? I nodded. I believe so. My brother once spoke of trading in specialized services. Certainly he understands the value of what you can offer. It was on my brother's mission that Bran was taken prisoner this time. Sean owes me a favor for that, and for another transaction I carried out for him. I believe he will agree. Snake gave a low whistle. You might consider broadening your scope, I went on. My mind was warming to the idea. An army needs surgeons and healers, astrologers and navigators as well as warriors. And men must learn that there is more to life than killing and destruction. I have no wish to be the only woman on this island. Women? Wolf's tone was odd. There would be women there? I see no reason why not, I said. Half of the world is made up of women. The men looked over at Bran and at one another. Work to do, said Snake, getting to his feet. Thinking, planning. I'll go and put it to the rest of the lads. What a turnaround. But who's going to ask him? Perhaps you should draw straws, I said. The men were already deep in debate as they walked back to the main camp, leaving me alone with Go. The bright mood of enthusiasm faded abruptly. Before there could only be contemplation of a future, tonight's battle must be won. Go, I said. This is Dark of the Moon. He nodded without speaking. If I cannot reach him tonight, it is all over. Best leave me alone now. No lights. Let the fire die. If you're sure. I am sure. I promise I will call if I need you. But keep the others away. No interruptions or I may lose him. He took the lantern and moved down beyond the fire, leaving me in darkness. Johnny slept. I put my arm across Bran and laid my head beside his on the pallet, my face close to his own. His breathing was shallow, with an interminable pause before each inward gasp. At each turning point, something still drove him to that effort of will. I closed my eyes and slowed my own breathing, so that we shared the rise and fall, in, out, life, death. And I willed myself back down the path of time. Through the secret byways and crooked paths of memory, I reached with all the strength of my mind to find him in that twisting labyrinth. And at last, now, through veils of shadow, through layers of darkness, he began to let me through. No air, can't breathe, heart thudding, blood running swift, out of control. 1 and 2 and 3, 4 and 5 and 6. How long? How long before the next time? How long before it is light again? Do not seek to find this man here in the box, in the dark. He's long gone. Long gone. The thoughts faded and were lost. I reached out further, deeper into the shadows. Tell me. Tell me. It was as if my own mind flowed into his and became a part of him. while my body was a shell unattended. Show me. Story. Tell me a story. Long tale, many nights. There was a boy who set out on a crooked pathway. He thought he knew where he was going. 4, 5, 6. But he was lost in the dark, and nobody came. He was wandering and falling away down. I will hold your hand, no matter where you go, no matter what you are, I told him. I will never let go of what I love, not until the end of time and beyond. Look up, dear heart. Look up and follow the light. Come out to me. Dog, with his guts spilled. Evan, so strong and in the end so helpless. Girl shut up in that place with a butcher. These men followed him, and their reward was suffering and death. They followed him into the shadow. So many lost. A crushing burden. Count them. Count the stones in Shidoof, the layers of darkness over his head, weighing him down. Gutter scum, unworthy of hope. Flee from him, for his touch is death. His love is a curse. If you will count the stars, dear one. How many stars in the sky, looking down on us as we lie in each other's arms and taste joy? How many gleaming fish in the lake where I splash our sun in the water, and hear streaks of glee ring out in the clear air? A fine little salmon you made, that night in the rain. How many times is the heart beat? How fast does the blood run when at last we touch, and touch again, and breathe the same desperate longing breath? Count those things, for they are the stuff of life and hope. Hello, Cormac. Oh, cool. So you were driving? Glad you could join us officially. Hope. This man is forbidden hope. Touch this man and he will draw you down into the box beside him, into the darkness. Words spin by like dry leaves, whispering into emptiness. He cannot hear them. He was leaving me again, escaping my grasp, fleeing down the long, dark way to his place of hiding, deep within. How could I follow? How could I find him once the shadows concealed him again? I summoned all my strength and reached after him. The story. Tell me. A boy, a man. He went on a journey. Tell me his tale. When it came, it was tenuous indeed, a little thread of thought, but it was a tale, his own tale. There's a man, and they finish beating him, and someone in green puts him in the hole in the ground and shuts the door. It's dark. It's too dark and small, but he must go on because he can't think why, but he must. He knows how to go on. He's done this before. He's done it before over and over, counting to keep the other things out. Counting 1, 2, 3. There's a child, and he's being jostled up and down in her arms, and he doesn't like it. She's crying and running, and that makes him cry too. Then she says, "It's all right, Johnny. Now crouch down small and keep very quiet. It's not for long, sweetheart. I'll come back for you as soon as I can. Don't be frightened. Just really keep still and quiet, no matter what you hear." She puts him in a hole in the ground and shuts the door. Thumb in mouth, hand over head, knees up, heart thumping. 1, 2, 3. He counts as he hears crashing and screaming outside, as he smells the burning and the blood. 4, 5, 6. Over and over he repeats the numbers, a talisman of protection. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. So dark, so long, too long. And then the thoughts wavered and were gone. I felt as weary as if I had fought a battle. My head throbbed, my hands shook, my eyes were full of tears. I lifted Bran's cold hand to my lips. "All right," I whispered shakily. It's a start. But I could make little sense of it. Had his mother abandoned him long years ago? The Marjorie my mother had spoken of with such love and respect. How could that be? Show me more, I begged with the voice of the mind, and tried to let him feel, without words, that whatever his past had been, we loved and needed him now. I might have reached such a one as my father or Neve, or even go with a little more difficulty, though they would have felt no more than a lightening, a sense of well-being, and would not have known what I did. I had worked thus with my sister at Shidoof, when despair came close to overwhelming her. But wounded though he was, Bran was a man of immensely strong will, and he was fighting against me as Finbar had predicted. And already I was exhausted from my efforts. "Come out!" My heart thumped. The old ones were come to help me. Their voices called from the depths of the earth, soft and strong. "Come forth from the darkness! Would you leave your son fatherless, your woman alone and grieving?" Making chicken? "Would you cast your men adrift without purpose? Come out and answer this challenge." "Do not heed them." I jerked upright, clutching Bran's hand convulsively. This was a different voice, and its owner stood eerily lit at the foot of the pallet. It was the Lady of the Forest, her face a gleam of white in the darkness, her cloak midnight dark save for its sheen of blue. The flame-haired lord stood behind her, his light dimmed to an eldritch glow. Their expressions were stern, their eyes cool. I trembled to see them here, remembering their fury when I had refused them. Bran lay by me quite helpless, and my little son was here, with only me to defend him. There's a lot.
It was basically everything was in bags.
Okay. "Do not heed these voices," said the lady again. "They lead you astray. They are old and confused, an ancient twisted people of rocks and wells. There is no meaning to their words." "Forgive me," I said, shivering. "I think they are my own ancestors, for the folk of Seven Waters are descended from a mortal man and a woman of the Fovera. Those you call twisted seek only to aid my task. Time is short. If you are not come to help, then I must ask you to leave us alone." The Lord's brows rose to extravagant heights. He made as if to speak, but she stopped him. "Maiden," she said, and there was a sorrow in her voice. "This man is dying. You will not call him back. It is cruel to hold him thus. Let him go. He longs to be released. The man is damaged and broken. No fit mate for a daughter of Seven Waters. He cannot protect the child. Let him go and bring the boy back to the forest." I clenched my teeth and kept my silence. "Heed us, girl," as the Lord spoke. Small sparks arose from his hair and from his robe, so that he was haloed with golden light. It touched Bran's wan features with a ghastly semblance of health. "Dark forces stretch out toward your child. There are those who would do anything to prevent his survival. We can keep him safe. We can ensure he grows strong in body and spirit, fit for the task that lies ahead. You must bring him back, or..." I saw the seed of an idea forming in those changeable eyes. As quick as a flash I sprang up and snatched the sleeping Johnny from his nest of bracken to hold him tight in my arms. "You're not taking him," I spat, as alarm and fury surged through me. "Fair folk or no fair folk, you won't steal my son and leave me with some changeling. And you won't dismiss his father either. They are mine, the two of them, and I'm keeping them both. I'm not a fool. I know the danger. I know about Lady Una, and..." I went back to the pallet, where I could stretch my arms around my small family, where I could make a strong wall of love and hold the three of us together. We'll be safe. We'll keep each other safe, I said defiantly. I know it. We have many protectors here. As for the prophecy, if it's to come about, it will come about whether I stay or go. It will unfold as it must. As I spoke, there was a thickening in the air, a darkening of a night already profound in its blackness. A chill ran through me that was beyond cold, a freezing clutch deep in the bone. He already went to his room. He put some chicken in the air fryer. You may choose to defy us, said the lady gravely. But you cannot deny her. If she comes for him, he must go. It is his time. She will take him from you, however strong your hold. Let go, Leodin. Release this broken spirit from the fetters of life. It is not love, but selfish cruelty to hold him thus. The Dark One waits. She will give him the rest he craves. I gritted my teeth and blinked back my tears. My voice when I found it was a tiny whisper. It's not true. He can't go. We need him here. I can hold on. I can. The dark figure shifted, and I glimpsed a hand outstretched, a hand that was no more than bone and sinew. Yeah, the cook and dasher. Go away, I breathed. All of you. Leave this place now. I care nothing for who you are or what you are. I defy your powers and your demands. I am a healer. My mother taught me her craft with love and discipline. This man will not die, not while I hold him in my arms. While I warm his heart with my own, he will not leave me. You cannot take him. He's mine. And when the hooded one would not go, but lingered there, beckoning with her skeletal fingers, I began to sing. I sang very softly, as if I were lulling a child to sleep. Over and over I hummed my small tune, and my fingers stroked the new growth of hair on the patterned skull of my fallen warrior. And I gazed into the dark and spoke defiance with my weary eyes. He's mine. You can't have him. Fool of a girl, muttered the bright-haired lord. Wretch of a mortal. That so much could rest on them. But the ladies stood and watched me, considering. I wondered why they did not simply use their magical powers to make me give up my son, or to rob Bran of his last breath, or indeed to drive every Briton from the islands if that was what they wanted. Johnny gave a little sleepy cough and a sigh. As you say, child, said the lady, it will unfold. Your choice may determine whether it unfolds at great cost, with blood and darkness. Your vision is so short you cannot see who may be trusted, and so your decisions are flawed. But it is your own choice, not ours. Our time is nearly at an end. It is your kind that will guide the course of events and influence the turn of the tide. Whatever happens, we will fade and conceal ourselves, as the old ones did. We will be little more than a memory for the sons and daughters of your children's children. The pathway you set here will be a long one, Leodin. We cannot choose for you. Awake, the voice of the earth called, sang, grown deep with the weight of ages. Awake now, warrior. Tears filled my eyes, and I whispered my response. I will wake him. Trust me. I turned back to the tall beings who stood before me in the darkness. For me, there is but one choice, I said steadfastly. Your son's blood will be on your hands. The fiery lord's voice shook with a fury beyond mortal rage, a noise like thunder. Yet the sleeping babe did not stir. You want too much. You want more than you can have. He faded, until all that I could see of him was a faint outline and little sparks. It's a long tale, said the lady of the forest. We thought it would be simpler, but the pattern is branching. We did not think the children would leave the forest. Your sister was corrupted. You are simply stubborn. There's too much of your father in you. So we must wait longer than we anticipated. But you will see its unfolding, Leiden. You will see what you have wrought tonight. I wept as she too faded away. Wept because I knew what I must do, and because her words gave voice to a terrible fear, an gnawing guilt that I had tried to ignore since I rode out to Shidoof, since I first sensed Bran was in trouble and needed me. What if I was wrong? What if my pig-headedness brought death for my son and unleashed evil on the folk of Seven Waters once more? Who was I to defy the warnings of the fair folk themselves? I felt something. The smallest twitch against my hand where it clutched Bran's, as if his fingers tried weakly to curl around mine. Had I imagined it? Now his hand was limp and still again. Perhaps it was Johnny who had moved, tucked snug now next to his father on the pallet. But I was sure. I was almost sure of what I had felt. I could not give up, and I would not. I must start again right now, for time was passing swiftly, and I thought Bran's breathing slower and shallower than before, the breath of a man who walked steadily down his final pathway. The hooded one had retreated, but I sensed she still waited, out there in the darkness. Perhaps she could be patient, for in the end would she not take all? "Help me," I whispered, and the voices came back, deep and sure. "Come out from the shadows, warrior. A mission awaits you. Walk forth from the darkness." I closed my eyes once more. A long chapter. Let's see. We've got about 12 pages left. Your brain is judging itself. I think most people's brain does that, to be fair. Taking a smidge of a break. My voice is already going. Tell the tale. There's a boy, bigger now. He's got a lot of bruises from the beatings. Because he's no good. Gutter scum. That he must be punished. Uncle says so. When Uncle gets really angry, he shuts the boy in the box. In the box it's dark. And small. Smaller all the time as he grows. He learns to be quiet. He counts in his head. He learns not to cry, not to sniff, not to move until the lid opens and light streams in, blinding and fierce. They drag him out, cramped and stinking, for more punishment. There's a woman. The man beats her too, and they do the thing, the grunting, pushing, sweaty thing. Uncle makes him watch. Uncle makes him watch a lot of things. The boy tells himself he will never do that. It's a dark thing, mindless, animal, dark as the terror of the box. Do that and he will be Uncle himself. There's a dog for a bit. The dog wanders in one cold night and decides to stay. It's mangy, stark-ribbed, wild-eyed. The boy sleeps warm that winter, curled up by the dog in the straw of the outhouse. By day the dog follows him, hiding quiet in his shadow. One fine spring morning Uncle beats the dog for killing chickens, and the boy holds it as it dies. As the boy buries the dog, he makes a vow. "When I am a man," he swears, "next winter or the one after, I will do what must be done here and move on. I will move on and never look behind me." Why do adults do that to children? Because there are just some people that it's like, I would kind of describe it as having a loss of spirit. And that allows for some evil things to invade people's minds, and they do it. Some people have the capacity to be very cruel. Humanity in general has a very high capacity to be cruel, but it's our morality that stops us from doing those things. And some people lose that. I felt tears rolling down my cheeks to dampen the linen beneath Bran's head and mine. Hold on, dear one. Could he hear the voice of my mind through the shadows that beset him? I'm here beside you, with my arm around you. We need you here, Bran. Come back to us. This dark dream is over. And faintly, so faintly, I thought I sensed a response, like a sigh, a breath, a fragment of thought. Leiden, don't go. Then there was a sudden light, out by the smothered fire, and the sound of footsteps, and Bran was gone, his inner voice abruptly silenced, the tenuous link instantly broken. I sprang up, furious, and staggered out of the shelter, for I had not realized how my efforts had exhausted me, nor how long I had sat there unmoving. It must be well into the night. How dared they disturb us? I had given strict instructions. How dared they do this? I told you, I snapped at Gull, as he came up towards me. I told you not to come here tonight. What are these men doing? Sorry, Gull said ruefully. There was something in his voice that made me wait for more. Thought you'd want to be interrupted for this. Down by the remnants of the small fire, 4 men were standing. One of the men was Snake, and one of them was Spider. I could see from the long, thin legs and the awkward way he gestured with his hands. And there was broad-shouldered, barrel-chested Otter, and a tall man with hair as red as an autumn sunset. As I walked forward, this man turned toward me, and it was my father. I ran to him, and he hugged me close, and I soaked his shirt front with my tears, and the other men watched us in silence, until Gull said diffidently, We'll go if you want. It might be best, I sniffed. I have to thank you for carrying out my mission so quickly and so successfully. I did not hope. Not so difficult, said Otter gruffly. You've in here was on his way back already. Waylaid him, that's all. Heavy hand with the staff your father's got. Excuse me for mentioning it. He was rubbing the back of his head cautiously. I must speak with you alone, Leiden, said my father. You know, I suppose, that Liam is gone. We must return home to Seven Waters in the morning. What do you mean, we? Demanded Snake incautiously. Leiden can't go. Gull's tone was level, final. We need her here. With respect, said my father very quietly in the tone men had learned to fear. That will be up to my daughter and to me. I hope you will extend us the courtesy of a little more time together in private. The chief's dying, said Snake, his eyes like slits as he looked at my father up and down, perhaps weighing his age against his size. He needs her. She can't go. I stepped between them and took each by a sleeve. Enough, I said, with that firmness I could muster. I need my father to help me now. As for the other matter, I will give you my answer at dawn. Now go. You sure? Queried Snake under his breath. You heard, Leiden, said Gull. Now move, do as she says. Within moments my father and I were alone. Well, Udin said, lowering his tall form to sit on the rocks and stretching out his booted legs before him. I didn't expect to find you here. What am I to do with you, Leiden? You seem to have developed a taste for breaking rules and flouting conventions. Don't you understand the danger you are in here? Forget that for now. There's a far more pressing matter to be attended to. What can be more pressing than the need to get us back to Seven Waters with Liam slain and Sean alone, with our neighbors gathering and jostling for advantage? We should be there, not here with this rabble. I know you must go home, I said quietly. Sean needs you more than he realizes. He faces a great challenge and must be supported. And he needs level heads about him, men of experience who can judge which allies may be trusted and which must be watched. You must go soon, but I have a terrible task here, Father, and I too need your help. Snake spoke the truth. Bran is dying. He has come close to abandoning hope altogether, for he believes himself not worth saving. He clings by the merest thread. I need your help to keep that thread intact, until I can grasp his hand and bring him back. Mother sent you across the water to find truth for us. I need to know the truth that you discovered. I need you to tell me now, quickly. I understand your urgency, Leodin. I recognize the bond you share with this man, and the trust you place in him. Sorry, I know that's really loud. I guess we can just do the ad so it doesn't continue to bother us. There it goes. Drink some river juice. Yeah. Sage's going to bed. Good night, Sage. Thanks for coming in for a while, and good luck on all your editing. It was totally water. No, it was coffee. You're waiting for the butt? Yeah. There, I drank some river juice. River juice. Yeah, we've got 5 seconds. What, Maddie? Right, let's see how long my voice can hold out. I don't know, is that what it's telling you? That's weird. I wonder why it would do that. Huh. Alright, I guess we'll keep an eye on it. Let's change the music. Sounds too crazy. It'll load. That would be nice. Love it when things work. Okay. We'll go ahead and do that. Okay. I hold no responsibility for goblins. It's too late. You've already said that you bring them, so can't go back on it now. And I know your judgment is sound. Still, you expect quite a leap of faith from me, daughter. Are not these the very same outlaws who snatched your sister away and came so close to losing her? True, they have treated me with unexpected courtesy. To hear them speak to you, one would imagine you a creature part queen, part goddess. But why won't they tell me anything about how you came to be here, so far from home, and so soon after the loss of your uncle? How can I not fear for your safety? These men would lay down their lives for me and for my son. Every one of them. We are safe here, Father. Your son, Johnny too, is here? Please, Father, please tell me what you have discovered. I need to know what happened to Bran. What happened to his mother? Did you learn Marjorie's story? I did, daughter. And a sad and twisted tale that turned out to be. I pursued it through the settlements of Harrowfield. Back through 18 years I've followed it. I cannot tell you the full tale, but in the village of Elvington, which lies over the hills from Harrowfield, I uncovered a part of it long kept secret. Tell me. No. Better still, come with me and sit by his side and tell the two of us. He believes his mother left him, that she abandoned him. That is a deep wound his spirit has carried all these years. But my mother told me Marjorie loved her son, and I cannot believe she left him willingly. Tell you both. Father looked perplexed, as he went to stand by the still, grave-faced figure in the shelter. How can he hear us? Surely all awareness of the world around him. Surely he is beyond saving. Your love, perhaps, makes you expect miracles. But miracles are rare, sweetheart. And I have seen men like this before. Stop it, I cried. Stop it. If you have only defeat and death to tell, you might as well not have come here at all. I need your help, not your words of doom. Now tell us your tale. I took up Bran's patterned hand in mine and held it against my cheek. Father was staring at me, his blue eyes very bright. I've noticed, he said, the way men move to obey you without question here in this encampment of outlaws. Indeed, they speak your name with a respect verging on awe. Yet the situation perplexes me. No man wants to see his daughter in such circumstances. You must forgive my plain words. I speak thus because I hate to see you hurt. Your mother's judgment was without fail. I never told her what to do. Your own choices are difficult for me to accept. But I made you a promise once, and I intend to keep it through, though it's costing me dear to see you thus. Tell the tale. Very well. It's a tale of ill chance, of lost opportunities. A tale that does indeed give strength to this man's argument that I myself bear some responsibility. For what he has become. For that I can make amends. The past I cannot alter. That tale is already written. It began in the year when Marjorie's son was 3 years old, and she travelled with friends to Elvington for the winter fair. I listened to his quiet, measured voice. Outside, Gull had returned to keep vigil by the fire, a dark figure in the deeper blackness of the moonless night. Beyond the circle of light, shadows gathered under the tall beech trees, and between the ancient stones and across the unruffled surface of the dark pool. Somewhere out there, a hooded presence waited, silent and still as if she herself were no more than shadow. You good? Okay.
Not bad. Burn myself.
Don't burn yourself. Just use the hot pad to begin with.
Thought I didn't need it.
You okay?
Huh?
Are you okay?
Yeah. It's not okay.
No, I know. You get it from me. I always burn myself on those things. It's my son and the dog. I'm waiting for them to stop. Coda. Chill out, man. You mean Ohana means no bueno? Yeah. I didn't watch it because that seems to be what happened. Ohana means we do leave family behind so we can just go to college and not worry about them existing. Sad. Acting like Hawaii doesn't have universities that teach marine biology, no less. Sorry. I know I'm being a cynic, but that just sounds stupid to me.
This jerky powder.
Yeah.
Day one, this has been empty.
You like it?
I understand why it's in such a small container.
Because it might as well be meat crack in there.
Did you like it?
Yes.
Okay.
It's not worth how much you possibly could have paid for it.
Yeah, I'm sure Grandma spent a fortune on this, but she wanted to know if you liked it.
Hi, everybody.
Now it's showing ads and yeah, why? Why do I have to do so many ads?
I watched it for
Rude.
17 minutes of it.
Yeah.
So ads are very long.
Well, stop watching people on Twitch. You got work to catch up on.
I didn't do it.
Okay. I saw you sign in Twitch today, don't lie.
I said earlier today.
Yeah, you need to catch up on
Alright.
a week's worth of history.
What else do I have to do?
Go read it.
What
You
else
have
do I-
you have to decide what you're going to do for your research paper. So read through that. There's like you have to read Appendix A and B. It tells you what you're going to have to do for the paper. And then you're going to pick a topic.
Is it the page it's on right now?
Yeah, it should be on there. And then after that, there's more stuff to do. Yeah, sorry. Go into mom mode. You are popular equals more ads. I doubt that. I was very good at history. I bet you were. And I like history too, but I changed his curriculum because he's been doing online school for several years now. And it was all online, and he had like a teacher for each subject, and they go into their class. It was basically like I'd imagine how COVID was, but they actually had their stuff together. So he's been doing that for a long time, and I'm like, you know what? This is not. To me, it wasn't enough. Like, I remember what I had to study in high school, and I want him to work out his brain more, you know? Like, I feel like he was just getting to his lessons too easily, and he wasn't actually absorbing any of the information. And history is very important, so. Yeah, it's homeschool, but he does have his teachers, and he has some classes that he attends still. But I got curriculum that's mostly not online, so he's having to do a lot of reading and writing, and it's been a lot more than what has been expected of him up until this point. So it's been an adjustment that he hasn't been loving, but it's going to be much better for him. So. Yeah, I also went to a private school for a long while. Can we send that memo to Cheetos? Does Cheetos not know that history is important? I don't really eat them, so I don't know what's going on with them. Education is very important, especially when your brain is still in development. I told them, like, even if you don't remember all this stuff, you're working out your brain, right? It's a brain workout. It's a big giant muscle that needs to be worked out. Oh, Cheetos equals code word? I guess I didn't get that memo. So, I also need a memo, Maddie. But yeah, it'll be good. It's the history and English literature is put together. So as he's learning world history, he's going to read literature that's talking about those time periods and written in those time periods. So he can kind of like connect all the dots. Which I liked that. That sounds pretty intuitive. So we'll see how it goes. He's already read Around the World in 80 Days. And then he had to map out where the character went and information about each place and stuff. So I feel like that makes sense. Okay. I think we can continue. I think they're done making noise. All right. Dun, 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 dun. Okay. You already know, said my father. How my friend and kinsman John was killed in my service, crushed in a rockfall. while guarding your mother. I set him that task, but it was Richard of Northwoods who ordered the killing. Marjorie took her husband's loss very hard. They were devoted to each other, and to be robbed of her man when her son was still no more than an infant was cruel indeed. She became withdrawn and quiet, and it was only her small Johnny who gave her the strength to carry on. In him she saw the future John had been denied. In him she saw her own purpose. Her child was the focus of all of her attention, for a time, while the wound of her loss was still fresh. As you know, I left Harrowfield myself within a year of John's death, while Marjorie was still in mourning. In time she was persuaded by her friends that it would be good for her to venture forth a little and be seen. So in the winter, when Johnny was 3 years old, she travelled with a small party from Harrowfield to Elvington for the Yuletide fair. Not such a very long ride. It can be done quite easily in a day or more, gradually with a stop overnight. That was what they did, since the child travelled with them and tired more easily. It is here that your story begins to grow confused. My brother told me the party was ambushed by raiders somewhere up in the hills above Elvington. Who these attackers were or what their purpose was remains unsure. Perhaps they were Pictish tribesmen from over the border come for sheep. When a group of well-dressed folk rode across their path, it must have seemed an opportunity too good to miss. Later that day, a shepherd found the travelers' bodies lying on the track, near one of the isolated cottages. Every man and woman slaughtered, but not the child. He was not accounted for, although they did search. It was odd. The notion that the Picts might have taken him, as slave or hostage, was soon dismissed. He was simply too young. Too much trouble for men on the move. But no small body was found. Wild dogs, they decided eventually. Wild dogs had carried him off somewhere, as they might a rabbit or fawn. There was no point in looking any farther. The news came back to my brother, and with regret he accepted it. It was a sad end for Marjorie, who had come to Harrowfield as a new bride with such hopes. That might indeed have been the end of the tale. 6 years passed. John's and Marjorie's names faded into the history of Harrowfield, as did indeed my own. Lord Hugh, who had once been master of the estate, and who had abandoned them for a green-eyed sorceress from over the water. A witch whose brothers were half man, half beast. So the years went by. My brother married. The work of Harrowfield continued. Edwin laid claim to Northwoods, and began to build its strength again. And then, at the folk moot, where a leader passes judgment in matters of dispute and wrongdoing, my brother Simon was presented with a bizarre case. There was at first no reason to believe it part of the same tale. A man had been murdered in an isolated cottage in the hills above Elvington. A cruel and vicious fellow loathed and feared by neighbours and village folk alike. It was like an execution, neatly done with a small, precisely placed wound straight to the heart. The instrument of death, a narrow-toothed knife, an implement more commonly used for boning fowl. It had been a while before anyone found the body. Nobody liked to go out there. Roy could be a monster when he'd had a drop of ale in him, prone to violent rages, and with altogether too much of an eye for the young girls. When Simon told me the man's name, I remembered him well enough. He'd been up before me on serious charges, accused of raping the daughter of a local miller and getting her a child. He didn't care for the penalty I sent him. I never heard such an ugly tirade of threats and curses. I ordered substantial reparation paid to the girl's family, and I banished him to from my lands for 5 years. It seems he chose to return as soon as he heard I was gone, and now he was dead. He'd no wife, not by that time. She'd simply disappeared, and folks said no wonder. He used to beat her, and the theory was one time he'd gone too far and had to dispose of her quietly. Nobody asked. Nobody dared. So who killed him? Who'd attempt such a thing, let alone carry it out so efficiently? Many wished him dead, but all feared to do it. There was nobody but the child. I should have guessed this was the next part of it, for Bran had told me. I will do what has to be done here and move on. Tell me about the child, I said. It was a boy, said my father. Some folks said he was Rory's son, and some that he was a foundling, somebody's bastard. A brat nobody wanted, who had wandered into the cottage one day and been allowed to stay. An extra pair of hands. Nobody could remember when he came there. They couldn't recall Rory's woman with a baby. Not her. They just spoke of seeing this scrawny little wretch of a boy all over bruises. Like a ghost he was, but no weakling. The lads would tease him, and he'd turn on them like some feral creature. And in time they learned to fear him and to leave him alone. So here was Roy with a tidy little wound to the heart, and not a trace of the boy to be found. The people of Elvington presented it to my brother on the formal setting of the moot. What was to be done? Was the murderer to be punished? And what about Rory's cottage and his chickens? Who would get those? Simon ordered inquiries to be made. He had never been close to John himself, and had hardly known Marjorie, but they were kin, and if the boy lived, he should be found. It was not so much a matter of bringing him to justice, for Rory's loss was a blessing to the folk of Elvington. It was more a matter of seeking out the truth and righting past wrongs. There was a search, and they turned Rory's cottage and outhouses upside down doing it. Not much there. The man drank away any profit he made on his chickens. But they did find something odd, and it began to awaken more memories among the locals. Under the roof, under the floor of the outhouse, there was a little root cellar, dug into the earth and shored up roughly with boards. And when one or two of the village folk saw that, they began to recall things from the odd time they'd been up there for laying a hen or a few eggs. I nodded. They used to shut him in there for punishment, I said. My father stared at me. How could you know that? He told me. Not in words, he showed me. You said he was beyond any awareness of the world, but you're wrong. His mind still races. It is flooded with evil memories. He was imprisoned not so long ago in a dark, small place. Now he seems trapped there forever if I cannot lead him out. I have used my ability to see what he sees, to link my thoughts with his own. That way I hope to reach him before it's too late. Now tell me, what did folks say about this discovery? Back to our kitty nap. You take my breath away, Leodin. This surely is a gift far greater than even Connor can summon. A perilous gift. Tell me, father. They started to remember. Times when the lad was nowhere to be seen, and Rory had told them a mongrel was best kept in his box until he learned to obey. Times when they'd seen the door and heard small sounds from beneath the floor. A slight movement, a tiny scratching. A rat, said Rory. One of them had seen it. Had seen Rory's woman get the child out of there, shaking, shivering, silent, his clothing soiled from where he'd relieved himself. Filthy pig, she'd said, and slapped his face. The strange thing was, he didn't utter a word. No tears, no attempt to protect himself either. Just stood there and waited until she'd finished. That made her angry, and she hit harder. People didn't like going up there. They didn't like what they saw, but nobody would protest, terrified of Rory. Besides, they said, what happened in a man's own home was nobody else's business. How did they find out who the child was? The search revealed that. Hidden away within the cottage was an item that made it quite plain. He reached into his pocket and took out something small and soft, made of a fine, strong fabric with a silky finish to it. He unfolded it on the blankets between us so that it lay across Bran's heart. There was not much light, but I could see traces of fine embroidery, leaves, flowers, little winged insects. There's no doubt who this belonged to, said my father. She'd a fine hand with the needle, had Marjorie. You'll have seen such patterns on the blue gown your mother wore. His voice trailed off, for that wound was still fresh. Indeed, he said softly. Marjorie's people were beekeepers in the south, he said. This was her small pouch, where she kept her valuables. She'd have had a little silver for the fair, That was gone, of course. Rory squandered whatever came his way. He couldn't sell this nor its contents. They were a clear sign of her identity, and all knew she had met her end in those parts. It is unbelievable that Rory knew who the boy was and chose to keep it secret. He would have known as soon as the search took place. Perhaps he himself joined in, alongside my brother's men. Why didn't he bring the child out and have him conveyed to Harrowfield? But Roy chose to let him believe that the tale about the wild dogs was true. For some time he decided to keep the boy. Such men relish what power they have. I suppose he found this small slave amusing. Roy knew the child was my kin, and he had nothing but hatred and resentment for me after what I had done to him. That, no doubt, is the source of this man's bitterness towards me. He'd have grown up hearing nothing but ill of me and mine. What was in the pouch? I asked him. My father passed me a small metal object on a fine chain. I held it in my hand, feeling rather than seeing the locket. Silver, I thought, chased with delicate patterns around an enameled center. What's inside this? 2 locks of hair, one brown and curling, the other fair and silk fine. The first is John's, the second belonged to their daughter, who died soon after birth. The locket was a gift from John when they first knew she was with child, a gift of hope. Marjorie wore it always. They little imagined it would become a symbol of death and loss. How it came to be in Rory's cottage, nobody knows. I said, but he remembers, and so I know. How can he remember? He was barely 3 years old. Her voice, her hands. She hid him in the root cellar. I suppose they were close by this cottage that stands alone in the hills when they came under attack. To go inside to try to hide would be pointless. The Picts are no respecters of property, and would have flushed them out by fire or simply hacked their way in. But she could conceal the child for long enough. She bade him be still and quiet as she lowered him down into the tiny dark space under the floor. He did as she told him, though he didn't like the dark or the strange sounds coming from outside. I suppose she tucked her precious things in with him, the purse, the silver pieces, the locket that held the love of those she had lost. Then she went outside and ran to divert their attention, the way the mother bird flutters and dips her wing and draws the hunting beast away from the nest, where her young wait helpless. So she died, and the child kept silent, kept faith, though the time stretched on and on. He waited and waited, and at length his small prison was opened. But the hands that came to release him were not his mother's. They were the hands of a monster, and it was then the darkness truly engulfed him. My father nodded gravely. Good night, Frost. Sleep well. We have, I think, 4 more pages. Yeah, 5. Yeah, the chapter is very long. Probably not as long as Sage's, though. I cannot but believe you, for this fits neatly with the tale folk tell. I asked my brother why did people not question the appearance of a child so suddenly, where another had disappeared. But there were no good answers to be had in Elvington. It seemed the child was kept hidden for a considerable time. Folk heard crying sometimes. Instead of arousing their curiosity, it had the opposite effect. They're a superstitious breed in those parts. Said it was a ghost of the child taken by the wild beasts. That kept people away. Later, when the boy came to be seen around the cottage and in the village, nobody thought it might be the same lad. They said the brat didn't seem like the son of gentlefolk. They let him be beaten and abused all those years, and nobody did a thing about it. It requires great courage to interfere in the affairs of a man such as Rory. Big, strong, vicious, a man with a reputation. All feared him. Simon knew nothing of this at the time. Had he known, he might perhaps have taken some action to intervene. But he had his own problems. I feel the responsibility for the Sleaden. Feel it as a heavy weight. That John's son was subjected to such cruelty so close to home is unforgivable. And so, you see, Your man was right when he blamed me. If he has become an outcast, he may as well lay the responsibility at my feet. I could not have prevented his mother's death, but I could have protected him. The past cannot be rewritten, Father. That's true, but the future can be shaped if he survives. He will survive. He need only recognize that once he was loved, that once he was the child of a man and woman of great integrity, who would have given anything to see him grow up safe and happy, and make something of his life. He need only see that, and he will be set free. I cannot believe that he has heard us. You will need to tell it to him again. You will need to tell him what this means to you. Perhaps he hears. At least our words will fill the silence. What of the next part of the story? Rory was killed. Nobody wept for him. All they wanted was the cottage and chickens. Did the boy kill him? He administered punishment, efficiently as with everything he does. He waited until he was a man, and then he took control and walked away from the nightmare. But it was still there, seared like a brand in his spirit. Even now he carries it with him. A man? Was he not barely 9 years old? I nodded. Old enough to walk his own path. Why wasn't your brother able to find out what had become of him after that? He tried, but his resources were limited. Simon was beset with difficulties. Edwin had taken a firm grip on Northwoods by then, and the feud was alive again. My defection, as they saw it, certainly made it no easier for Harrowfield to remain neutral. And Simon was not trained to run the estate as I was. He had to learn quickly. Elaine helped him a great deal. She has more of a head for it than he ever will. But folk remember. I was not forgiven for what I did, and the demands of my brother were heavy. Even now, these long years later, his path is less than smooth. What do you mean? He took the news of Sorcia's death very hard. Although he has a wife and his people's respect, his heart always belonged to your mother. The whole of that tale has never been told and never will be. I thought him close to despair. He asked me to stay, but clearly that was not possible. I fear for him, Leiden. Harrowfield has no heirs, and Edwin of Northwoods watches closely. No heirs? They have no sons. The closest of the blood are myself and Sean, and this man. He glanced down at Bran's hollow-cheeked face. Your words disturb me, Father. Would you go back? Would you lay claim to Harrowfield again? My brother needs help. He needs someone with a strong hand and a clear head. Someone who can re-establish his defenses and make it plain to Northwoods that Harrowfield is not for the taking. Had Liam lived, my path would have been plain. But I cannot leave Sean to deal with the affairs of Seven Waters alone. He is young and over-hasty, for all his strengths. In time he will be a fine and capable leader, but for now he needs my help to rebuild his alliances and establish his place. We must start again with you, Neil. My first duty is with my son. Nor have I forgotten my daughters. I wish to see you safe and settled. And Neve. I did not do well by her, and I must be sure her future is in good hands. But what of your brother? Might not Harrowfield be lost if you wait? If Edwin moved to grasp Simon's holdings, our campaign for the islands would surely be doomed. Indeed, it is a dilemma, for it would be folly for me, or for Sean, to try to hold estates on both sides of the water. But there is another possibility. He was looking at the unconscious man again. Bran? I whispered, shocked. It's unthinkable, surely. I would suspect, said Ubden evenly, that for a man such as this, nothing is unthinkable and nothing impossible. Isn't that what they say about him? Yes, but this man is my kinsman's son. He was born in the valley. He is, to all accounts, both strong and resourceful, if somewhat misguided. It could be argued that Harrowfield is his destiny, Leiden, and yours. He has so much to come to terms with. He could not be faced with that, not yet. You think he would lack the courage to return there, to the place of his nightmare? It does not tally with the leader his men speak of with such respect, a man who rises to every challenge. It does not tally with the love and loyalty you give him. I swallowed. His words both terrified and enthralled me. This was a mission, a bright future. But first, the fetters of the past must be broken. Oh, cool. Baldur's Gate is fun. I still haven't finished it. I got stuck fighting one of the main bosses. I forgot her name. Keep getting killed mighty quickly. Father, I said, I need to be alone now. Alone with Bran. Go will find you a place to rest. Just tell me one more thing. What is it, daughter? Tell me quickly. Give me a picture of John and Marjorie, before these horrors overwhelmed them. How it was with them and their little son. John thought Marjorie the finest thing in the world, the most precious. Saw her on her father's arm gathering honey. Brought her north with him. The love between them shone bright from the first. He was a man of few words, some called him taciturn, but you could see it in his eyes when he watched her. You could see it in the way they touched one another. She lost one child soon after birth, and they grieved together. Then Johnny was born and lived. John was so proud. He was not ashamed to play with his small son, to throw him up in the air and catch him in strong hands as the child squealed with excitement. There was a fire in the house once, and I'll never forget John's expression as he raced upstairs to rescue his son, nor the look in Marjorie's eyes as the two of them came out safe. Marjorie watched over the child and loved him. Folks said he was quick to learn, early to crawl, early to walk, early to form words. Marjorie was teaching him to count. She put a row of white stones out on the floor and played a little game. 1, 2, 3. There was never a child raised with such love, Leodin. Thank you, Father, I said. It is these things, perhaps, that will have guided him through the shadows thus far. Tonight I will tell him this. Now you should go. This man is indeed fortunate, as I was, said my father quietly. To gain the love of such a woman is a priceless gift. I hope he understands its value. We have both received such a gift, he and I said. I have one more small tale to tell, and then I will do as you bid. There was something Marjorie said, something she told me before I left Harrowfield. Her son was born on Midwinter Day just before dawn. I have good cause to remember that. She said, a child born in midwinter comes into the world on the shortest day of the year. From that point on, the days stretch out, and so a child born at midwinter walks always toward the light. All his life. The child was there in her arms when she told me this. Remember that, Johnny, she said to him. Sorsha also was a midwinter child, and for her this small prophecy was surely true. But it seems this man has forgotten, and seeks out only the darkness. It seems so. That is the surface. Deep inside there is a small light that still burns. Tonight I will find it. You are very certain. Third rule of combat. Never doubt yourself. Now be off with you, for time runs short. Maiden, what is it? You make this seem so simple. The world is simple, I think, in its essence. Life, death, love and hate. Desire, fulfillment, magic. That perhaps is the only complicated part. He frowned. You seek to heal his wounds, to reach him, and somehow change his vision of the past. That is dangerous, Leodin. Besides, did you not say yourself the past cannot be rewritten? I know the dangers. I am armed against them. Armed with love, Father. I do not seek to make these wounds vanish as if they had never been. I know he will always bear the scars. I cannot make his path grow broad and straight. It will always twist and turn and offer new difficulties. But I can take his hand and walk by his side. And that is the end of the chapter. We made it. That was a long one. I'm thoroughly intent on killing my voice. Okay. I think we can end things. I don't know that I'll be able to sing particularly well currently, so I don't want to assail your ears with just raspy sound. But we can go ahead and raid somebody. Falcor's usually on, so we can see if she's doing things. She is reading the Wendigo. Hello, sir. Come here. Yeah. Come here. Here you go. You are very welcome, and I thank you guys for hanging out with me. We're super close to the end. I think we just got that one chapter. Yeah, hi, Boo's butt. You get to see his butt all the time. Alright, let's go raid Falcor. But, I don't know if we'll be back tomorrow. Maybe we can do another game stream, but if not, of course, we will be back Tuesday to do some more reading. Good night, you guys. Gonna go ahead and raid, and then I'm going to eat, because I have not yet. Good night, you guys. Okay, I'm trying to turn things off. Things will work.